Buddha.
What's up, everybody? What's up? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, and comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out our Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Auto Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League, which we are going to be diving into this following week. I will start making plans and preparations for that, because things have finally started to calm down a little bit, and I think I can get that done, to get that set up for everybody. Depending on how quickly we can get people in, then we'll start opening it up to the subscribers and the followers on Facebook and YouTube. So, also, if you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using your last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. She can up your streaming game. Fair priced, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. I mean, I don't even have to promote her anymore, but I want to. So yeah, let's get into it. Days 7 and 8. Is that what we titled it? Uh, yeah. I lost track of where we're at, to be honest. Let me double check that. But I'm wearing my training camp Steve Smith shirt that I got last year. Rocking the wide receivers right now. The wide receivers are rocking and rolling, doing their thing, and I'm excited. But yeah, I lost track of what training camp day it is because of the fact that I don't count days off. So I do count light practices like the ones like the one yesterday. So let me just double check and make sure. And if I need to retitle it, I will. But the biggest thing is we've got shots fired by Derek Brown. To all the doubters out there. And it's beautiful. Shots fired, baby. He said, you could doubt us if you want. We know who we are. And that's exactly what I said in my soliloquy. In the last stream I did. That's the same one. Same theme. People can doubt us and hate us all they want. We love it when you do that. We love it when you do that. Because you know what? We iron sharpens iron. It's exactly what they said during those pressers the other day, man. I'm excited, man. I'm excited because yeah. It is day 7 and 8 because I didn't cover 7 because it was such a lighthearted day practice wise. But I saw that they went live this morning. And they're going to go live again on, I believe, the 16th. Let me double check that, y'all. Let me double check that. Yeah, they're going to go live from training camp on the 11th and 19th. 11th and 19th. That's a Monday for the 11th and a Tuesday for the 19th. So, mark your calendars. We may do a live reaction to that. To both of those. I'm going to try to. I can't promise anything, but I'm going to try to. But thank you for letting us know, that's when that's going to happen. And that the live stream is out there on YouTube. We appreciate that. Yeah, we're definitely going to cover that. I know y'all didn't see me yesterday, but it's been a busy week. So, I'm just kind of doing what I can. But yeah, today is day 8, technically. So, let's, tomorrow is FanFest, y'all. Tomorrow is FanFest. So if you have not gotten your ticket to FanFest, get it now. Let me um let me announce to y'all where I'm gonna be at during FanFest, so y'all know where I'm at. Um, yeah, Ticketmaster doing its thing again. It's messing up again. I don't like that app, man. I don't like that app. I gotta make sure those tickets end up on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Uh, yeah, add it to the calendar. Let me see where we're at. Where are we at? It's gonna be middle of the visitor side. I think it's north side. What are you, Ticketmaster? Y'all a bunch of clowns, man. Y'all a bunch of clowns. I swear, if I can't get my tickets tomorrow because of y'all customer service is garbage, man. I'm trying to tell you right now. Customer service is about to have a field day with me tomorrow if I can't get those tickets. If I can't see them and I can't get in the gate, me and customer service go rounds with Ticketmaster. I'm telling you right now, I ain't playing. You little Monopoly garbage, man. Yeah, y'all been playing some games with people with the concert tickets, man, and it's pissing me off. I'm saying it. I'm saying it on stream. Ticketmaster, y'all need to get your crap together, man. For real, for real. I ain't playing that, man, because I got to travel up 2 hours, man, and I'm meeting people that I bought tickets for. Nah, y'all, Ticketmaster, y'all better stop playing. Alright. But, let's, let's talk about my man, Derek Brown. And his comments. He says, quote, "Don't doubt us. Don't doubt us. You put a lot of hungry people. You got a lot of hungry people out here. If that's what people want to say, it is one thing. But I mean, just inside the building, everyone believes, and that's more dangerous. So I'm excited to see what this team holds." End quote. And this is from Derek Brown. Doubt us all you want to. Doubt us all you want to. That's all I'm going to say. The team will take care of itself on the field. We will create that winning culture on the field. I ain't even worried about the doubters, man. I ain't even worried about them. Alright, so my man Carl, the moderator, asked what the record predictions might be. Now, this is a slippery slope right now because we don't know. We can make an educated guess, but we don't know. Alright, so let me put this on a screen for y'all so you can see what some of these people are saying. And then we'll start going through Twitter. Alrighty. Let's dive on in. So we got new Fair says 9 and 8. I hope I'm saying that first name right. Respect to you. Nuja. If Bryce takes a small step forward, 9 and 8. If he takes a big step forward, 13 and 4. You know, maybe. I see where he's going with that argument. Patrick says I'm going to set it at 10 and 7 best case scenario. I would agree with that. That's where I'm at. I say we'll start 3 and 1, probably finish at 8 to 10 wins. James Wesley. And I think that's probably very, very accurate. I'm looking at 8 or 9 wins. Somewhere in between the neighborhood of 7 to 9 wins is what we're looking at the end of this. We don't know how December is going to shake out. December could be a circus with all these division games in it. So I'm a little surprised that, the scheduling is what it looks like. But yeah, we're a young team, and we've got a lot of work to do. But 3 and 1 start is realistic. I could see that. 8 to 10 wins, yes. That's the most realistic. I would have to agree. 13 and 4, clinch the NFC South, Jeremy says. Okay. 6 and 11 is realistic. Well, I mean, with the new additions, though, can you really say 6 wins? I could see kind of buying into that argument because of the injuries. So, I do feel that does play a factor. So, that's fair, I guess. I see 8 wins going into bye week, but I'm a diehard, keep pounding. Fair enough, Travis. 17 and 0, and X gonna give it to you. All right. I love the energy, man. But I had to ask the question. Some of these people that say 17 and 0 and Super Bowl, and we're going all in, and is that what y'all want to happen, or is that what you really think is going to happen? See, that's the question I got for y'all. That want to say that stuff. Love the energy though. Love the energy. Keep the energy going. Whatever our schedule, our final number looks like, we'll take it in stride. We'll keep building on it. Because this is just year 2, of the Dave Canales and Dan Morgan train. So, it's going to take a little time. But, you may not see that magical Super Bowl run that we had in 15 again, for another year or 2. But it could happen. And I kind of felt like we were a little bit ahead of schedule during the Kansas City and Philadelphia games. Did anybody feel like that too? Or was that just me? Just a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't know, but I felt like we were playing over our heads, and we definitely played well. So if we can match up against those two, like that, imagine once we are fully decked out, what this team could do. That those two would turn into wins for sure. And the rest of the schedule would be, win by 7, 10, 14, like the Lions are doing right now. So, I mean, like, it's not unrealistic to say that we do have a Super Bowl run in our future, but we have to get there first, you know. But I love the energy. Definitely love the energy. Keep that going right there. Shout out Anthony Brown, man. Keep that going. 9-8. I know one thing for sure. The first 4 games are definitely winnable. Rashid, you are correct. They are winnable. Although we have had a lot of bad history. With let me see these again. I need to see these again one more time on the schedule to see if I agree with this completely before I shoot my mouth off. You know what I mean? Yeah. We could beat the Jags. We could beat the Cardinals. We could beat the Patriots. And the Falcons is doable. It is doable in our own stadium. So a 4-0 is possible. However, unlikely, but it is possible. I'm just saying. I'm not ready to say that it's a guarantee, but or any of that nonsense, because none of these NFL games are guarantees. But the Patriots are garbage. Cardinals are garbage. Jaguars are still trying to figure it out. They're garbage too at the moment. The Falcons are the real threat to keeping us from 4-0. And that's in our own building. So I just want to make sure that it is properly addressed. 15-2. I mean, I would love to have another year like we did in 2015, but is that realistic though? Do we have that much talent? I don't think so. I would have to disagree. If anybody thinks that we have that kind of talent, I would have to disagree respectfully. We're a couple years off from that yet. That doesn't mean we can't get there. It just means we're not there yet. 9-8, but I could see a 4-0 start. Yeah, I think that's the general consensus right now. Shout out Smith Anthony. I just want to make sure that was the. Okay, is your first name Smith and your last name Anthony? Or is it flip flop just for Facebook? That's kind of wild. Hey, all due respect to you, brother. I like it though. It made me think for a second. It made me think for a second. It made me backtrack. But, we have a realistic chance to win the first 4 games or go 1-3. That's fair. That's a fair statement. If you know Panthers history, you know that's a fair statement. This is kind of a different team, though. And I wanted to emphasize that. Because we aren't the same Panthers team as when we first started out with Dave and Dan. We've grown, we've matured, we've changed. So, I mean, we got to beat the Jags. Yes. Best case we go 10-7. Worst case we go 7-10. Yeah. Agreed. ERIC. Yeah. Whose name is Eric. All right. Really like to have a better D line, but I'm still going 11-6. Okay. Okay. Shout out Jerry. How many of y'all feeling 11-6? How many of y'all feeling it? There's another one that thinks 17-0 and then undefeated in the Super Bowl. I mean, like, with all due respect, we just don't have that type of talent. But love the energy. Absolutely encourage and love the energy. Keep it going. You know. But again, you have to ask this question. Are you saying that because you want that to happen? Or do you actually believe that will happen? Big difference. You know, you can manifest wins, you know. I mean, it's a thing. It's a psychological thing, man. You can manifest wins if you put in the work and the energy, man. And the time and the effort. You can manifest it. You can make it happen as a player and as a team. But, you know, all I'm saying is, like, you know, all due respect to people like Mike Williams, man. You know, shout out to him. I love the energy. Keep it coming, man. What's his response? Of course, I have two favorite teams, Panthers and Bears. Hate to see either one lose. You know, and shout out to all the Bears fans. I know Broski has been in here several times, but yeah, the Bears have a long way to go. Bears have a long way to go. So do the Titans. And I know that there was a friend of David's that was a Titans fan. Shout out to him as well. Um, I never did catch his name, but shout out to him with all due respect. Um, but yeah, Titans have a long way to go. Yeah, y'all need to change out that management and just get everything just cycled out because it's not working in Tennessee. You know, and for a little bit it did because of Derrick Henry, but he can only carry the load so much. You know, and DeAndre Hopkins can only carry the load so much in Tennessee. So, you know, all due respect, you're gonna need more. And the management doesn't seem to know what they're doing in Tennessee. So it is what it is. Same thing with the Bears. You know, all the Bears fans out here think they fleeced us, but y'all seem to forget about the fact that we fleeced you to get Greg Olsen. Do y'all remember that? So, at the end of the career, which one of these two gentlemen is going to be up for a Hall of Fame ballot vote? Because one of them's up there right now and almost got a Super Bowl ring. Just saying. Who flees too? Because I'm at that point where I'm just not buying it, bro. Just not buying it. But most Bears fans are very respectful and they're chill. You know, I got no issue with them. You know, they're awesome. But you get people that come in here like Broski, man. He knows he's being goofy. He knows he's off. You know, and he's trolling, and he still does it anyway. But I mean, you get characters up in here, man. And I love it. I love the energy, and I love the characters that we bring through here because everybody's got their own personality, and I let everybody be themselves. You know what I'm saying? You come through here, be yourself. You know, whatever that might look like, be honest be your honest to God self. You know, Either we welcome you and respect you, or, you know, we tell you to go about your business. And we ain't that type to do the second one, man. We're very welcoming here. So, but I will give smoke when I need to. When I see some foolishness, though. Hey, you guys open yourselves up to it by coming into the chats and stuff like that. That's all I'm gonna say. You open yourselves up to it. But hey, much love to all y'all, man. It's all subjective. End of the day, it's all subjective. It's all from everybody else's point of view, what they think, and I respect all points of view, even if I disagree with them. 7 to 8 wins, 12-5. I respect all of y'all's opinions, man. That's why I'm taking the time to cover this, because everybody's got their own idea of what they think this team could be. And I love the energy right now. I do. Not an 8. Please beat the Cowboys so I can trash talk their loudmouth fans. No, wait a minute. Yo. Man. That's funny though. I like that. To be fair, there are a lot of Cowboys fans that are loudmouths. But hey, most of them are respectful though. Most of them are. So, 10-7, 10-7. Okay. So we got a wide variety here. Some of you say 9 wins. Okay. Now, next topic of discussion. I'm going to go ahead and take care of this right away and not even waste time on this. Michael Parsons requested a trade out of Dallas. I will tell you right now, that's not going to happen. Stop the gravy trains. Stop all the hype. It ain't happening. This man requested $41 million a year. Who the heck do you think is going to pay that? Seriously? That's what I'm hearing, is $41 million a year. Like, what? Just no. And that's before you even start adding in the draft picks, bro. And the players that we would have to trade to get him. Because this adjusted offer was like one of our star players, lockdown players like J.C. Horn or Derek Brown, and some picks. And I was like, nah. Not only nah, but heck nah. Like, what are y'all doing? Anybody that thinks this is remotely a good idea needs to put down the pipe and think for a second. This ain't it. So you're going to derail the entire defensive project just for Micah Parsons? You're going to derail the entire defensive concrete building blocks that we just put together and destroy our cap room just for Micah Parsons? Bro, it's the same ones that thought it was a good idea to get Deshaun Watson when he got handed that $250 million deal. And then look how that ended. Now y'all look stupid, don't you? Now y'all look foolish. Because that ain't it. You don't destroy an entire franchise for one player. Just because you're desperate for a franchise quarterback does not mean you have to do that. Then what? What are you going to build around him? How are you going to pay your offensive lineman to protect him? How are you going to pay your defensive players to stay in Carolina if you somehow get said player? This is the foolishness, man. Nobody thinks about these questions out of that group, that are talking about that stuff. They don't go further with their thought process. It stops right there. It's like, oh, this is Madden, so this might be doable. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I'll say it again, in the NFL, just because you could do something doesn't mean you should. And I'm addressing the fans on that one. Because some of y'all are like, no. I don't know where y'all get these goofy ideas, man. I don't know where y'all get them. This ain't it, though. Micah Parsons ain't it. Did y'all even stop to think, does this dude even fit this defense? Does he even fit this system? See, y'all didn't ask that question either, did you? We don't even know what Evero is doing right now. Coach Evero is all over the place playing musical chairs with our players. We couldn't find a place for Jeremy Chin. We couldn't find a place. Who was very talented, by the way. We couldn't lock him in anywhere. Frankie figured this out, and that's why he left. Shoot, nobody else gonna say it. I'll say it. This defense was a circus. Nobody knew what they were doing. That's why Frankie left, man. He saw it and he was just like, heck nah. I'm going somewhere more organized. I don't care if it's a little less money. At least there's some structure going on. And the coach just happened to align with what he liked, and that's why he moved. That's why he moved on from us. Frankie ain't gonna tell you that. He ain't gonna say it in the media, but because he doesn't want to make the coaches look bad. He don't want to make it seem like there's any bad blood between him and the coaches. But he ain't gonna say it. But that's what made him leave. He saw it before any of us did. And he said, heck nah. I'm taking my first train ride right out of Charlotte. Or my first plane trip out of Charlotte. Up to D.C. because this ain't it. And these same people are like, oh, Frankie didn't want to play with us. Frankie didn't want to... we tried offering this dude more money. Frankie was just like, nah, this ain't about money. This ain't about money, dog. And I respect Frankie for that. He might be one of the few players out there that will turn down a better offer to play in a crap place. And let's be honest, it was putrid. It was garbage at the time. He might be one of the few players that will turn down the money to play in a place like that instead of having values and boundaries. That I tip my cap for. Frankie's a one-of-a-kind guy, man. I like that. For that right there. And it took a lot of guts for this man to say no to an offer like that. And I'm not saying these offers look like the Jets offers, to these players that are just trying to pay these players just to stick around. Nah. This was a fair offer we tried to offer them. and he turned it down because he already knew. I'm not playing in an unstructured defense. Because the next thing you know, this man's going to be moving to inside linebacker. He's going to be moving to nickel area. Who knows where the crap he's going to end up. The gyro don't even know. That's exactly why this man is just like, nah. Phil Snow didn't know either. You look at Phil Snow's defense, this dude, it was a circus too. That's why Frankie was just like, why should I stick my neck out for a defense like this? Please explain to me why this is a good idea. He ain't gonna say it publicly, because again, he don't want to cause any bad blood, because there was none. But I'm just trying to tell you what's going on inside Frankie's head when he left. And now you want to bring in Micah Parsons, who doesn't even fit this defense, and is asking for way too much money. And the trade value is absolutely horrid to try to get this dude. To where you have to burn your whole house down just to get Micah. Nah. Come on, man. Think. Use your noggins. Ask the right questions, please. Think beyond that tunnel vision of, oh, this is a big name player. Madden. Think beyond that. Ask the questions that you need to ask in order to get to the right conclusion. Sorry, but I gotta throw some smoke at those fans every year, because it's the same ones every year. Fill in the blank, big name player. Oh, can we afford him? Meanwhile, the price tag is sky high. It's about as high as Trump's bank account, and you want him in here. Like, I can't, bro. I can't. I don't even know why these fans still think this is a good idea. And I'm sorry, I said the unforgivable name on stream. Don't smoke at me, I don't care. But, fill in your favorite billionaire's name. Point still stands. Everybody thinks we got Bill Gates money. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this ain't Madden. Y'all gotta stop this. I've seen this all over social media every year. Every year. Like, why are we still doing this, man? Why? Why do people not think this through? I love y'all, but some of y'all just don't think. Y'all don't follow through on your thought processes. For real. And so we see stuff like this. I'll do respect to TJ, man, but think it through, man. Ask the proper questions, man. Sorry, dude, but you were the one that posted this, man. So I don't like throwing smoke at people, man, for just random people in the page, posting stuff. But like, to be real with you, you open yourself up for this. With all due respect, you did. Because I'm going to react to stuff. That's what I do. Y'all know me by now. You've been on this channel long enough. You know I'm going to react to stuff. If it's an opinion that I think is foolish, I'm going to say so. If I respect your opinion, I'm gonna say that too. I respect all opinions, but if I think it's a like absolutely foolish and foolhardy, I'm gonna call it out. That's who I am. I'm real. I'm the real deal. You know, like I'm always gonna be that way. If people hate me for it in the comment section or in the chat, man, that it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm always gonna be a real one. All right, so yeah, Michael Parson is just no. Let me stop that gravy train right now. Let me stop that train. Good. Let me put it right in reverse, right now. That ain't happening. You ain't never gonna see this man in a Panthers uniform. It's not happening. All right, moving on. 2026 Hall of Fame candidates. We've got Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, the man himself with the Cardinals, the legendary Arizona Cardinal. I love this dude, man. Larry Fitzgerald's awesome. I want him in there. I want him in. Jason Witten, huge fan. Love Jason Witten. Frank Gore had an amazing career. I mean, he may get snubbed because a lot of these running backs do get snubbed. You know, that he may or may not have the numbers. You know, we'll see. You know, I know people are going to be debating about the numbers behind that, so I'll let other people handle that. You know, that's not really my area. As far as Hall of Fame stuff, you know, I do tend to get involved in those when you get players like Greg Olsen in here. You know, then it becomes relevant to me. You know, because I'm trying to cover Panthers content, but Panthers content first, obviously. But yeah, I can cover that if you'd like, but I mean, you're gonna have about 2 or 3 other YouTube channels that'll cover that a lot better than me, and have proper debates on all of this. But if you want my thoughts, obviously I'm gonna tell you who I like out of this list and who I think should be in. But as far as comparing the numbers, I'm not going to spend the time to deep dive this. I think Greg might get snubbed because I see Julian Edelman up here. I see Gronk. You know, I see Dez Bryant, Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, and Frank Gore in here. That's why I think Greg might get knocked down to second or third ballot. You know, that's my issue with this. Phillip Rivers, I don't think Phillip ever won a Super Bowl. He was stuck with the Chargers, you know, trying to weasel his way up to the top of that division during his whole career. And he had a fantastic career with the Chargers, no less. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't see Phillip getting in for me. Because when you compare him to Drew Brees on this list, there's no comparison. I'm sorry, there's just no comparison. Drew Brees is better than Phillip Rivers. You know, and that's been proven several times over. But, you know, as much as I love Phillip Rivers, I hope he does get a shot to get in. I just don't see it happening. Gronk will get in before him. Edelman will get in before him. Greg Olsen will get in before him. Frank Gore will get in before him. So will Jason Witten, Larry, and Drew. It's just a thing at this point. Now, Dez Bryant, that's another matter. I don't know about Dez. Y'all can have some conversations about Dez Bryant. That dude put up some monster numbers. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it's enough, bro. I don't, because you got Edelman to compete with to get in, and Larry. And as far as I'm concerned, Larry wins. Larry beats them both because Larry quietly put up those numbers, in Arizona. He faced all these tough defenses, while his team sucked. Let me be clear about that. Larry got all of these yards while his team sucked. Meanwhile, New England, Dallas, Eagles, all these other teams were doing well. But the Cardinals were garbage. So the fact that Larry put up all those yards, despite that, is why he's on this list. And for the character of person that he is. That's why he's on this list. So if anybody disputes why Larry Fitzgerald's on this list and why he deserves to get in, I'm here to make that debate for you. And with you. I'm here to debate that one. Because Larry's a real one, man. I love Larry. Personally, I didn't follow the career of Geno Atkins. I'm familiar with Maurice Pouncey a little bit, but I wonder, what did they do to get on this list? I'm curious. I'm not trying to bash them, but I'm just curious. They probably have every right to be on this list, but I just have no idea why. With all due respect to both players. Because I always saw Maurice as kind of that heavy load player in the background, just quietly getting it done, while people like Frank Gore were making headlines, that's on this list, and I'm kind of surprised his name is on this list, to be real with you, because maybe he had a massive impact and in a certain area of the game, and I'm just not sure what that might be, but that's just my take. Maybe I'm way off. I don't know. But, respect to both gentlemen for making the list, though. Definitely respect to both gentlemen. And I wish you luck getting in. But Greg Olsen better get in. At some point, he better become a Hall of Famer. There is no excuse not to put him in there. Him and Gronk. I'll go ahead and say that. Even though I can't stand Gronk as a person, and as a player, I still think Gronk deserves to be in. So does Greg. So if it comes down to Greg or Gronk, put them both in. Put them both in. Gronk was part of a cheating organization. Greg did everything cleanly. Everything. You never heard about this man getting caught for PEDs, nothing. During his entire career. Clean as a whistle. Which is impressive. Oh, God. That dude didn't even swallow as much as a freaking Tylenol without consulting with the trainers first. That's how squeaky clean Greg Olsen is. So, I want people to take that into consideration as you have that debate. You know, about which tight end was better. Greg Olsen or Gronk. Have fun with that conversation. You know who I'm going to side with. You know I'm going to side with my boy Greg every single time because that's who I am. Alright, moving on. Jalen Coker versus Corey Thornton, one-on-ones. Look at the separation right there on Coker. My man Coker doing his thing out here, man. He roasted him at least 2 or 3 steps right there. Look at that. That's beautiful separation. That's what you want. Sophomore season loading. Yup. Yes, sir. Also, T-Mac, what do you want? Mr. McMillan, what do you want us to call you, buddy? We'll call you whatever you want us to call you. Name it in the press, buddy. We'll call you that. Alright? Yeah, because we want to show respect to all the players and the nicknames and stuff like that. So, hey, Mr. McMillan, let us know, man. Let us know. What do you want to be called, bro? We'll do it. Panthers might have the greatest young receivers, even if our front office is smart, they will find a way. Yep. Agreed. No name on me. Respect to you. Shout out to you. I think that's a good name, though. No name on me. Ain't got no name on me. Alright. Dave Canales confirms we'll see the starters in the Panthers' first 2 preseason games for a drive or 2. How do y'all feel about that? How do y'all feel about that? Because that was one of the reasons that we started out kind of slow last year, I feel like. And we just didn't get the motor started properly. You know, because we couldn't get the starters out there. So, I feel like this is a good thing. You know, we learned from the first year. And we applied that knowledge. You know, so I'm very happy about that. Let's see. There's the Derek Brown quote right there. You heard the man. Don't doubt us. You heard it straight from Derek Brown's mouth. Don't doubt us. This team knows who they are. So, yeah. There's that garbage again. Nah. Hunter Renfrow has been impossible to guard. That is a fact right there. And this is exactly why we brought him in. J.C. Horn said that. J.C. Horn said that. Y'all. And if you think this man is losing a step or two, at corner. He's not. I know that's what people are going to spin that as. Because, oh, this person or that person has beat him in training camp on 11 on 11 drills or 7 on 7 drills. Bro, come on, man. You think this man can't recover? I ain't even worried about training camp, coverage right now with him. He'll figure it out. Because all our corners are getting burnt. All of them. Well, except for Mike Jack so far. But who knows? That could change tomorrow. He might have an off day tomorrow. Who knows? That's how training camp works, man. Sometimes you have off days. But, I mean, for somebody that's a vested veteran at the corner position that we have marked as our cornerstone, that is one of the top 10 corners in the league, to say that about Hunter, I'm ecstatic. As a Hunter Renfrow fan, I'm ecstatic to hear that news right there. You know I got my boy's jersey right here. You know I do. You know I do. The second I heard we signed him, man. The second I heard we signed him, I went looking for these jerseys. I actually met the man, too. In an orange and white uniform before he ever got to the pros. I met him. In person. And he is just as humble as you see on camera. He is exactly the same person you see on camera as off camera. That's the God honest truth. He's a good man. And everything Dabo was saying, everything that Coach Canales was saying about him, absolutely true. Yeah, I can vouch for it. Because I met him personally. So, this is why you need wide receivers like this from the Dabo era in Clemson, in Charlotte. This is why. I've been trying to convince people for 7 years, guys. 7 years. Nobody would listen. Even though Clemson ran through how many bowl games, how many 2 national championships. We beat every major power in college football with a formula and a structure of winning. And it's because of players like Hunter Renfrow. And what did I say the first 2 years when I started streaming and creating this channel? I said, if you want to win, you need people that win championships. Guess what we went out and got? People that won championships. Hunter Renfrow, the Georgia Bulldogs players, the Ohio State players. Heck, we even got a couple of Michigan players. You need champions, but you also need players from these random colleges like Holy Cross, to help balance that out. Because some of these players have some surprising talent too. So it's not always about championship players. But if you want to make a mark on the league and make a statement with a wide receiver, go out and get you a champion. Go out and get you a national champion. Because guess what we just did? We got Tetero and McMillan. Oh. Surprise, surprise. You win championships with championship players? Surprise, surprise. You didn't know that? Come on. Dig deep, man. Dig deep. To all the people that are hearing this stream, open your ears, man. Open your mind to possibilities. Like that. I've had so many people doubt my opinion on Clemson wide receivers during the Dabo era. And I said, look, here's how I justify this. Here's how I justify signing Hunter Renfrow to begin with. You heard Dabo Swinney's exact words. First of all. Second of all, if we were trying to possibly sign a Tommy Bowden Clemson wide receiver, I would have said heck nah. Because they're not the same caliber. They're not the same caliber of wide receiver. Dabo's crew is different. And Hunter Renfrow is proof of it. DeAndre Hopkins is proof of it. Sammy Watkins, even though he can't stay healthy, is proof of it. Do y'all want me to keep going down the list? Because I can. This is why we got Hunter, man. Because everything lined up and we were looking for exactly this kind of talent. And I'm so proud of the management for recognizing this man's talent and doing their homework on this man and understanding who he is. Not only just as a player, but as a person too. And you have not regretted it for 1 second, have you? This man will make the 53. And if he does it, I'm going to throw a fit. Because there is no excuse, no reason not to put Hunter Renfrow in that 53 at this point. Because he's going to continue to do this all camp. That's who he is. I know that because I know this player. I've seen him in a Clemson uniform way before he ever got to the Raiders. I know who he is, okay? And he has not changed. This is a Tiger that has not changed his stripes. And now he's a Panther that has not changed his fur. Hunter Renfrow's a beast, dude. I've been saying it, and I will continue to say it. Hunter Renfrow's my dude, man. Y'all better stop believing in this man. Yeah. Shoot. Let me tell you how crazy this is. We started getting Sports Illustrated's attention finally. Finally. Somebody in Sports Illustrated, I don't know how they let the dog out of the leash for this one reporter. Out of the how many other reporters for Sports Illustrated that will not talk positively about this team for anything in their life. They had one get out of the gate. They had one get out of the gate, man. And they were praising our wide receiver core. And I was like, finally. Now we're getting somewhere. When you get Sports Illustrated to finally admit that we have some talent at wide receiver. Now we're getting somewhere. Not that that's the end-all be-all of attention-seeking that we're trying to get. No, that's just the beginning. As far as respecting us. You know, that's just the beginning. Name a linebacker that made offenses terrified. I mean, the answer's on the picture right there. This man literally shut down Peyton Manning's three-fourths of his audibles, his whole playbook, in one half of football. He made an entire 17-year career out of that playbook. And this man shut it down in one half. I got to give him a love and props to that. That's what they don't talk about during Super Bowl 50. Is this man right here. Shutting down that playbook. I watched an absolute chess match during the first half of Super Bowl 50. I watched an absolute chess match, and I loved every second of it. I had freaking chills watching this man shut down Peyton Manning's playbook. And I loved it, dude. I respect Peyton Manning, and I love his career, and I love what he's done. But my man Luke, that's one terrifying defensive player. That's the one player you do not want to face up against. You could make the debate with him and Brian Urlacher as far as who was the smarter of the two. Well, add Ray Lewis in there too. Out of the three, that's a heck of a debate. Who was the most intelligent of those linebackers? I'd have to say Luke. Because neither one of the other two were able to do that. So, as far as physical strength, I'd say they're all three equal. And preparation-wise, Luke. Luke was more prepared for these games than any other linebacker I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. In my 15 years of watching football. I've seen a lot. But I've never seen anything like this animal right here. On the field. Never seen anything like it. That's why this gentleman is my favorite. Besides Sam Mills. Y'all can fight me all you want on that. You're not going to change my mind. Sam Mills, Luke Kuechly, Steve Smith. You're not going to change my mind on this three. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Those are my top three Panthers, and it will forever be that way. I don't care who comes in this building. Nobody could do what Luke did. And now Luke is mentoring Trevin Wallace. Think about that, folks. He is mentoring Trevin Wallace. Boy, y'all better watch out for Trevin. Y'all better watch out. If those two train together, if Luke comes in there and teaching him all he knows, Trevin's about to become a problem in the league. I'm telling you that right now. Trevin's about to become a problem for offenses with Luke Kuechly's mentorship. I'm the first to say it, and I'll continue to say it. That's the most beautiful thing I've seen this offseason, man. It's the most beautiful thing. Okay. So, this is a shift from last year. Canales said Pete Carroll would play starters first two preseason games in Seattle, and Canales thinks guys will benefit not just from the game reps, but from night routine, etc. I agree. So further in that conversation right there. Also, happy birthday to Bryce Young on the 25th. I forgot to mention that on stream. Happy birthday, big dog. Belated birthday. Let's see. Man, that is one thing I'm not going to go watch. I do not care about Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels debut. I don't care. I bet they're sky high because it's Bill Belichick. I don't care. I can't stand that dude. Alright, so the jersey schedule is out. Officially. Let's look at that. Okay. Alright. Jaguars and Cardinals game is gonna be white jerseys. Blue jerseys against the Falcons. I like that. We got to turn up against the division opponents. Patriots, Dolphins, white games, white jerseys. And then look at this again, week 6, blue. Are y'all seeing a pattern here? Or is it just me? Are y'all seeing a pattern? These are key games that Dave Canales has marked on the calendar. They are key games. That's why these are blue jerseys. We have to beat the Falcons for the division. We need to beat the Cowboys at home in order to be considered relevant again. And if we have any shot against the Bills, we need to be wearing blue. That's cold. That's cold. These 3 games were chosen specifically for that reason. There's a rhyme and a reason for this. You know, people overlook it. They say, yeah, white jerseys, black jerseys. Yeah, we did well in these types of situations. We did well in that situation, you know. Y'all can have those debates. I'm here to tell you right now. Dave has marked which games he thinks is most important before week 8. The end of week 8. He has marked them with the blue jersey. Nobody's going to tell you that because I see it. I see it in the first 5 seconds looking at this list. I haven't even looked at the rest of it. Because I already know how important these games are. You know how important these games are. That's why they're marked that way. This is not a coincidence. This is not by chance that we're wearing blue against the Falcons, a division opponent. We're wearing blue against the Cowboys at home. We're wearing blue against the Bills at home. These are big games that deserve our full attention this season. And I mean, yeah, you can go down the list and look at the rest of them. That's where I'm starting from. That's where I'm starting from. Marked before week 9. It's on purpose. Tell me I'm wrong. Because he did the same thing last year too. I pointed it out last year too. Did I not? Alright, so week 9 against the Packers, it's a white. Week 10 against the Saints, black jerseys. You know, because they like to wear the white ones. You know, at home. Alright, week 11, you got Falcons jersey. That's going to be a white because they love to wear the black jerseys against us. 49ers, white jersey. You know, because everybody wants to see them in the black and gold. In the white and gold, you know what I mean? Red and gold, my bad. Red and gold. But yeah, we're gonna be in the white jerseys. Rams game, black, because we got to get that win. Saints, white. White jerseys, because they love to wear that black at home. They love to wear that black at home. They love it. When they're on the road against us, they like to wear that white. That's just always how that's been. Buccaneers, black jerseys against them. Love it. Seattle game, black jerseys. I think we were wearing black jerseys when we played Seattle in Seattle in 2015 too, weren't we? Correct me if I'm wrong. We might have been wearing the white ones. I'm not sure. But Buccaneers game to end the season, white jersey. But look at this. Blue against the Falcons, blue against the Cowboys, blue against the Bills. He's marked his territory. Dave Canales has marked his territory. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. Shout out making true money. What's good, man? What's good with you? What's good with you? How you doing on this fine afternoon? Or evening? But yeah. There's your jersey schedule for the Carolina Panthers. There you go. For those people that really care about this stuff, man. And I do care about it. In the sense of the ones that are listed as blue. Those are the ones I do care. Why they're listed as blue. But typically, the rest is pretty standard. So, I'm good, man. Found your channel a week or a few weeks ago. Keep it up and keep grinding. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. All right, so the preseason, we even got the preseason ones here. They'll wear blue jerseys in the preseason opener next week against Cleveland. And then white in Houston in week 2. And then the preseason and white against Pittsburgh. Shout out David Screws. He says, hey, what's up, Panther Nation? What's good, man? Welcome on in, man. But yeah, we got our jersey schedule. What do y'all think about this? He has marked his territory of which games are most important before week 9. Look at this. Look at this, folks. That's not coincidence. That's Dave Canales marking his territory. That's crazy right there. That's wild. Those are the most important games before week 10. Yeah, thank you for hitting that like button. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, man, the rest of it is pretty standard. I assume the Dolphins are going to wear their turquoise against us. Jets are going to wear their green. But yeah, that's big right there. He did the same thing last year, if you recall, folks. Same thing last year. Marked his territory. These are critical games. Falcons division game. Cowboys. Of course, got to beat the Cowboys. Got to be relevant once you beat the Cowboys. And then the Bills game. Now, the Bills game would put us on the map. How many times were we wearing black jerseys? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting 4 so far. Yeah, 4 times. And I like the black jerseys, I do. But the traditional white, man, the traditional white has always been a staple. It's how people recognize us. So I respect it. All these other teams want to wear their primary colors. Green Bay wants to wear their green, you know. And it's the same way we do with the Saints every year. Saints like to wear their white jerseys on the road, and they like to wear their black jerseys at home. That's how they do things. You know, that's not new. Falcons, same thing. They like to wear their black jerseys at home and white jerseys on the road. Um, so I mean, it's nothing new really there. But if y'all recall the last time we wore blue against the Cowboys, y'all remember what happened? Y'all remember what happened back in 15? I'm trying to tell you. Y'all remember what happened? We spanked them on Thanksgiving, bro. We took care of business on Thanksgiving. And guess who got an interception during that game? None other than the legendary Luke Kuechly. True story. He almost got a pick six. Everybody knows the story. If you're a Panthers fan, everybody knows it. And, oh man. my, how things have changed. People were talking about a Micah Parson trade in 2025. That's crazy. I don't even. Whatever. It's whatever for me. This is the first time we've ever worn blue jerseys during a preseason game, to my knowledge. I don't recall us ever wearing blue jerseys during preseason. I kind of find that interesting, don't y'all? I don't know. Maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I think that's interesting. Um, yeah, relevant questions though. Look at the banner. Do you see that they? This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This banner right here. They were highlighting it specifically. These three. Why? Why? Why specifically highlight the blue jersey? They could have chosen any of these games and said, oh, there's black jerseys in these and white jerseys in these. Why only highlight the blue on a banner picture? Because it means something. That's big right there, man. That's big. Alright, so with that being said, I think we've covered most of the big things. Damani Richardson. There's a video presser of him talking about his encouragement of rookies. Okay, cool. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's see. What else? What else we got here? Carol sometimes finds some good stuff, man. Carol's our other founder of this channel. Yeah, here we go. The Panthers are the most bet team to win the NFC title. Huh? Say what now? Y'all sure you didn't leave out the word South? You sure you didn't leave out the word South when you put that out there? The whole NFC? Nah. 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 I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. NFC South. Y'all need. That's a typo. That's a typo. That's what that is. We don't have the talent for that yet. What do you mean? Why are people betting on us to win the entire NFC title? Nah, bro. I mean, if you don't value your money, you don't. That's all I'm saying. You want to throw away money? Nah. Nah, if you betting on them to win the NFC South title, that's a whole nother matter. That's a whole nother matter. Now that I will throw my money in for. I'm actually starting to believe we might take this division back, y'all. This year. I'm strongly feeling it's going to happen. I'm strongly feeling it. Alright, so y'all know how I was talking about Ben Boulware for a little bit? There he is. TigerNet Clemson. Talking about Ben Boulware. Shout out TigerNet Clemson fans. Page, man. Shout out, y'all. Much love to you. Yeah, I follow your stuff every day. Every day, man. I do. I watch that Clemson news, man. Thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate y'all. You need to tell the management though at Clemson they better figure out that fan day stuff, man. That autograph day, because nobody can figure out what day it's on. I don't. That's the goofy stuff, man. Like, this is why I don't want to go to these anymore. For the signing days, because y'all can't figure out what day it's on. You Google this thing, it'll say some date from like 2019, and you'll think it's 2025, and it's like, nah. Check the date after you've read the whole entire article. For after 5 minutes. It's like, what? Get it together, Clemson. That's my ice up son for y'all. That's my ice up son for the Clemson management. Because I would love to attend, but y'all got to figure that out first, please. Because every year they screw that up. Every year. I don't know how I end up there every year, but somehow I do. How I end up there, y'all can figure that one out. But yeah, talk about the man Ben Boulware, and he shall appear. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Ben Boulware is a real one. That's a champion right there. When Dabo says you got to have the heart of a champion, I the first person I think of is Ben Boulware. As Clemson fans, would you all agree with that? Anybody that's a Clemson fan in the chat or anywhere in here, would you agree with that? And I know people are going to go, oh, you're being Clemson biased right now, blah, 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 blah. Nah, Ben Boulware was on our training camp, guys. Come on. You think I wouldn't bring him up if it wasn't important? If it wasn't relevant? It's training camp time. So all you Gamecocks people, chill for a second. Chill for a second. Calm it down. calm the bird down for just a second. Because I got a point to make. You know? And the point to make it is the fact that this dude does have the heart of a champion. And it's a doggone shame we had too many linebackers in the room, man. Too many talented ones. Yes, man. Have him in that locker room and just talking up the game that he does. You know, just encouraging everybody in the locker room. Just being who he is. You want to talk about a culture change within a week. Ben Bulwer could do it if he was in our locker room. You know, on our 53. He could have inspired the entire team to get motivated for a game. That's the type of person Ben Bulwer is, man. You know? And shout out to him. And I'm glad he's successful at what he's doing with the D3 stuff. You know, that's what's up, man. Not the D3 stuff, but whatever he's doing. Because he's got those training facilities and stuff like that. Much respect, man. That's awesome. You know, put that money to good use in helping to encourage the community, you know, to get healthier and more fit. That's what's up, man. But, yeah, Ben Bulwer is a real person, man. That dude's, yeah. Heart of a champion. Definition of it. Go look up his speech at the national championship game. You know, after that national championship. That will give you chills, guys. I'm telling you. Even if you're not a Clemson fan, that will give you chills. That made me emotional at the time, man. I'm telling you. I literally had chills and I was actually freaking... Bruh. That's the kind of person Ben Bulwer is. When you bring in people like that into your 53, people like Hunter Renfrow, you know, people like Derek Brown, J.C. Horn, you know, you're going to get results. I'm straight up, you are going to get results. It's going to start changing the entire culture from what we were, you know, under Matt Rule and Frank, you know, total 180. When you bring players in, you know, like a Ben Bulwer or a J.C. Horn or a Derek Brown or a Hunter Renfrow with that type of championship mentality and energy, you know, and bringing that to practice every day, bringing that to training camp workouts every day. These guys manifest it. And I'm telling you, it's contagious in a positive way. So, that's why I bring up Ben Bulwer, because it's important, man. Heart of a champion, you know, that's what it is, man. Panthers Bryce Young, his rough outing on Friday. Okay. So he had one bad day. And what player on this field hasn't had at least one bad day? Name me one during training camp. I have yet to find one. And I've been out to Spartanburg for how many years now? I've been up to Charlotte for 2 days up there in Charlotte. I still have yet to find one. Bruh. So, that's the latest there. I'm gonna try to get done as much as I can do today. You know, while I still have daylight. Before I have to go up to the Fan Fest tomorrow. Alright, so here's what we got on Twitter. Mike Jack back on the field after sitting out the last two practices. So here's Coach Young and JT Sanders talking to each other. Okay, X in the zone. Let's see it. Nice. Acrobatic touchdown catch by JT Sanders in 11 on 11. Caleb Evans in coverage. Look at JT Sanders. Well, well, well. You know, it's the people you never know. This is exactly why I said all these people's names. And I told them, motivate yourself. And find your own fire. Find your own spirit on the field. Lift yourself up and do this yourself. Because nobody else is going to do it for you. Look at JT, man. This is what I want to see. Because would I have named him otherwise? Would I have said anything about him otherwise? Normally? No. But he goes, well, one-on-one versus a Caleb Evans in coverage and wins. And now he's starting to turn heads a little bit. But can you keep it going? Can you keep it going, JT? That's what I want to see. Can you show us consistency? Can you get to that next level? Why did my whole screen like reset? What the heck? That was weird. That was really weird. Anyway, but can you get to that next level, JT? That's what I'm looking for, man. Can you keep it going? Can you build on it? And you see all these people like Shamar building off of it, you know. You see people like Coker building off of it, you know. And you just go, okay. Can I get some of that energy too? Can I do something with that too? Let's go do it. And look at Xavier Legette handling his business. Leaping end zone interception by J.C. Horn. As Bryce Young was targeting Xavier Legette. So for once, everybody was so concerned about J.C. Horn. Hold up now. Hold up now. I told you this man ain't done. Yeah, y'all want to throw so much smoke at and start questioning J.C. Horn. Ooh. My man ain't done yet. Nah. He had a couple bad days. Who doesn't? I told you I ain't worried about Horn. I told y'all. We finally get a McMillan versus Horn rep. T-Mac not targeted on the play, though. Okay. So was he open, though? That's my question. Was he open? Coker makes the catch. Ball pops out on the impact. And intercepted by Jacoby Windman. Wait a minute. Mr. Jacoby Windman. With an interception. Okay. This is about the time that some of these people that are on the lower end of the totem pole start to make some plays. You start to notice them. Towards the tail end of week 2. This is about the right time that this is about to happen. And more of them are going to make some plays. So, Jimmy Horn Jr. with the touchdown catch. Defense says he was out of bounds. Mike Reed was in coverage. Now, see, because we haven't seen the video of that, we can't really judge that too well. But I'd like to see the video of that. The refs hacking the system when the Chiefs play. That's great. Oh, God. All right, Matthew Wright, 4 for 5 on the skinny post. Field goals today. All right. Pass catching tight ends. Get used to that. Yeah. Agreed. Get used to that. These tight ends can play, man. This is not your typical tight end group anymore. We have evolved. We have upgraded. We're not complete yet, but we have definitely evolved. It'll take another 2 years for that to fully sync, with tight ends. And once it does, it's going to sink in with the rest of the roster. Once everybody's on that same page, man, with the depth, boy, I'm telling you, this team is going to be something. We're already on track for it. Jimmy Horn Jr. tracks another touchdown, this time with an 11s with Chow Smith Wade in coverage. Ooh. My man beat Chow Smith Wade? Now, wait a minute. Did he beat him in speed? Because that's what it sounds like to me. You beat him at, 2 or 3 steps ahead of him. Because of Jimmy Horn's speed. But we all know Chow has trouble knocking that ball down. So. But he can wrap up a tackle. No doubt Chow could wrap up tackles. That's why he's a nickel in his coverage. But the pass deflections, I'd like to see a little bit of work on. But that's his next goal. That's his next step up on the ladder. But, Jimmy Horn's been roasting everybody, man. Don't feel bad, Chow. Jimmy been roasting everybody. He even roasted JC Horn, so don't feel bad, bro. Real talk. Just pick it up, go to the next play. Oh, let's see. It's crazy. I read Bill Lyricist. I'm not sure what you meant by that, David. Oh, okay. Let's see. So, Turk Wharton is stuffing everything. He's not letting anything come up the middle. Really? Mr. Turk? Could we have our next run stopper here? We already got Trevin Wallace. We already know Trevin's a run stopper. One of them needs some work, but he can run stop. Definitely a run stopper. But Turk. Now that's a name I did not expect to come up to the top of the crop. I'm gonna be honest. I did not have that on my bingo sheet. did any of y'all have Turk's name on your bingo sheet as being the person that helps out Derek Brown and run stopping? You know, in a big way like this? I didn't. That that just goes to show you. It could be anybody on these lists. Anybody. That's why I pay attention and learn everybody. That's exactly why. You never know who's going to come out of the woodwork and do something. Okay, you sent it to me in Messenger. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, the Bill Belichick ticket prices. Is that what you're talking about, David? Yeah, I ain't even gonna cover that. I ain't even worried about that. But yeah, why are these three games listed in blue? Why? They could have listed any of these black and white jersey games, you know, like they normally do every year. Why specifically highlight the games in blue? It's just something to look at. Something to think about. I don't even care what those North Carolina Tar Heels prices are. I don't care. I have zero love for Bill Belichick, so. Shout out Rory Blake on aging. Just win the first games. Yeah. Win the first 4 games. That's exactly what it is, man. Yep. At worst, I see 3-1. Possibly 2-2 if we drop that Jaguars game, which I don't see it happening. But you know, I see 3-1. Realistically, I see 3-1. But how many people had Turk Wharton as their run stopping giant on this D line? I know I didn't. Let's keep an eye on him. Let's see if he can follow that up and stack that. You know, because I would love to have a solid guy, you know, like Turk, cramming up the middle gaps consistently. I would love that, and have Trevin handle the outside, just like we did with Luke Kuechly and AJ Klein back in the day. Y'all remember that? That's exactly the dynamic they had. Because AJ was just such a beast at covering the outside and just making sure you didn't get any yards after contact. And Luke Kuechly had the middle stopped. Like, nobody could come up the middle on Luke. Nobody. That dude was a brick wall of stone. Nobody could get past him. And even if you did, you still had to deal with Thomas Davis. That's terrifying. I would not want to be a running back going against that. I'm sorry. I would not. Back in 15, man. Then you had the defensive line that was scary as crap, too. On top of that. So, yeah, good luck. And to think that's what we're trying to build again? Same formula? Y'all, strap yourselves in. This is going to be a wild ride. If we build this the same way we built it in 15, with that D-line and these linebackers, except with a 3-4 defense this time, Versatile 3-4 defense. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem if we get the right players. We got to get the right players. We got to get the depth figured out. But once we do, and it starts with players like Turk. It starts with players like Turk making one play like this, well, having one good day like this, stacks it into 2, into 3, into 4 good days, and then he turns into our primary run stopper, on defense after a year. You never know. Crazier things have happened. I'm just saying, prepare yourselves. Because if Turk can continue this, I would love to see it happen. Tight ends are having a day. That's what I love to hear. That's what I love to hear right there. Because the tight ends, I had a question about that depth there. Because we got Sanders, you got Tommy Trimble, and we're still building that depth. So it's a little bit questionable at this point. But at least you got rid of Ian Thomas, who was a dead weight. He wasn't improving, but he wasn't getting worse either, to be honest. He was just a dead weight. Alright, sorry about that. Y'all know people message me up like crazy all the time. Well, I'm streaming, I don't mind it. But the fact that Sheena's over here saying the tight ends are having a great day, it's a good sign. It's a very good sign for the tight end room. You got Mitchell Evans now, right? Mitchell Evans from Michigan. And the whole reason we drafted him is because Tommy can't stay healthy right now. But if Tommy can stay healthy, I would love to run it back with these 3 for a little bit and just see what happens. If you can upgrade, let's do it. But for right now, run it back. I'm down. We don't need to touch it right now. That's not an important area right now that we need to touch up on depth wise. We got more important issues with that defense going on right now, so I'm down to run it back with what we got with Mitchell Evans in tow. Smith Wade with the pick at the goal line to end practice. Looking young for McMillan in the end zone. Chow Smith Wade. What I tell you about this dude, he's a baller. He is a baller. He doesn't just let one bad play influence this dude. He comes back out, resets the clock to 0, comes out and makes the next play. That's who Chow is. And that's the type of players we need on this defense right now. That is him recovering. Remember how I talked about players recovering from bad plays? This is how you recover. You come out there, you get a pick. You make a tackle that you wouldn't have made before. You stop a gap if you're a defensive lineman that you wouldn't have stopped previously. You recover from your mistakes and you build on that recovery. Chow is excellent at doing that. I've watched him for the past couple of years, and I've been very, very excited to see that progress in him. Chow is just a very, very competitive person. And, even though I've never actually met him, I could just tell that, just by his work ethic on the field. He's a competitor. He's got that fire in him. He's got that dog in him, you know, like, uh, Dan Morgan is talking about. So, um, so for him to get that pick on McMillan there, yeah, nice recovery, Mr. Chow Smith Wade. After getting burnt by Jimmy, very, very nice. That's what we're looking for. Very encouraged by this training camp day so far, from what I'm seeing from Sheena. We haven't gone through all the other tweets yet, but very encouraged. We haven't seen many videos either, but I want to see the technique. I want to go through the Facebook reels and just see what they posted for that. But FanFest tomorrow, y'all. FanFest tomorrow. I'm going to be there. And from what I've heard, it's not going to be lighthearted practice. No. Not this time. They're going in hard this year. I like it. Because this is an opportunity to show off what you learned, in training camp. The fans didn't get a chance to see it, We got to see clips on the internet. We got to see some reels, but that was really about it. And now we're going to see the good, the bad, the ugly, and the temper, during Fan Day. And that's exactly what I'm coming there for. That's exactly why I'm traveling there. Because I want to see this, man. Up close in person, I want to see what Dave Canales has been doing with these guys. I'm hyped, dude. I'm beyond hyped to see a fully padded practice during Fan Day. Let's make it happen, Captain. Let's make it happen. Yeah. We got DJ Wanham on the podium. Do y'all want me to cover DJ Wanham when we do pressers? We got McMillan. Okay. I'll do McMillan when we do pressers. Where's the Ooh. Okay, DJ. A JT? JT. I don't know why I keep getting those letters backwards. Look at JT, man. My God, those hands. Let's go. Man. Let's see. Micah Parsons with Dallas and stuff like that. Don't care about that. One-on-ones with these guys. Cool. Alright, who do y'all want me to go to Twitter and check out? Because we got, let's try Darren. Darren had some good stuff yesterday. Oh, Jared Allen was at the Hall of Fame game? I didn't even see him. Hold up now. Did y'all notice him during that game? I didn't notice him. I didn't know he was there. I missed a lot of that early junk, you know. 'Cause I just wanted to watch football, you know. To be fair. Fantastic Four. I like that. Let's see. Mm. Oh yeah, Nick Scorton had a hamstring issue, from what I heard. So, quick healing to him. He'll be back out there. I ain't even worried about that. Gives the rest of these guys some reps too, you know. And honestly, like, we have an open battle for defensive end right now, so we're kind of trying to push and see who's going to get those depth spots for defensive end. So that's going to help a little bit with that while he's gone, because we know Nick Scorton is probably going to get a starting role, most likely. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. All right, Joe Person. Coverage sack by the first team defense. Interesting. Jacoby Wimon with a pick of Andy Dalton on a Karam. Mike Reed pass block. Okay. Toe drag touchdown for Jimmy Horn from Andy Dalton, red zone. And see, this is what I wanted to know. I want to know who threw that pass. It was Andy. Good. Good. Andy is starting to pick things up. He's starting to throw a little bit better. And I'm happy about that. Because that's what, 2 to 3 good days from Andy now in a row. Good for him, man. Keep stacking, brother. Keep stacking. Matthew Wright, 4-5. Skinny post. Okay. Bryce to JT Sanders, play action touchdown, and the goal on. Okay, so now we know that's a play action pass. Alright, cool. After watching the video and now seeing that. So Bryce never saw 26. Mr. Chow Smith Wade. He never saw him. Interesting. And I mean, Joe has said some questionable things, you know, in pressers and stuff like that. So, is that really what happened? Did he not see him? I mean, if Bryce says I didn't see him, okay, fair enough. You know, I'll take Bryce's word for it. But I'm not going to take some random, you know, big name media person's word for it, you know, on something like that. I want to see this stuff in person. I want to see these videos of it. You know, so I can say, okay, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. You know, I'm down to have that debate. You know, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But point is, this is all we've got to go by right now. So, dominant practice by defense. Thomas Nkoum had a good day. Huh. Did y'all predict that we would be talking about Thomas Nkoum? Interesting. All right. So that was Joe Person's take on it. I think we go and let's do some presser stuff, man. Let's yeah. We had a training camp. Wow, let's go.
If you're living with severe
Training camp live.
Tom Luganbill from ESPN.
Let's see what they're doing.
We're into week 2. We are 1 week from the first preseason game next Friday at Bank of America Stadium against Cleveland.
Yeah, I hear that all right.
Today, Tom, and you've seen a lot of these guys, not just in college but in high school. For starters, 3-4 defense, year 3 of this system. When you just kind of scale back and look at the ingredients that you need in a 3-4, a nose tackle like free agent Bobby Brown seems to be the ideal guy to plug in to eat up 2 blockers.
Well, that's what he's got to do. He's responsible for 2 gaps and what's called a zero technique, right? So he's got to be able to hold the point of attack to allow the linebackers to flow off of him. If they allow offensive linemen to get up to the second level and you're a 340-pounder there over the center, you got problems on defense. And so, this is a defense a year ago.
Facts.
Listen, you give up the most yards the most points in the history of the NFL. I think second in most rushing yards. So there's nowhere to go but up. And then in order to do that, you got to retool your defensive front.
Yeah, so you get Bobby Brown in free agency, and then you bring back Derek Brown. And even if Derek Brown isn't the Derek Brown he was 2 years ago, if there's a little bit of a buildup coming back from the knee injury, you get 70% of Derek Brown. Yeah. It's a pretty good starter in the NFL.
You're darn right it is. And I think what that's going to do is it not just adds talent and brings back depth to the front, it brings back the leadership. I think it brings back confidence because you have a guy that can be so disruptive. And to your point, is he 70%? Is he 80%? Is he 100%? I think when you add him and 3 or 4 other guys now that are going to be in a mix to be the starters up front compared to what the depth is right now in camp, that were starters a year ago that probably shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and there's going to be some young guys we'll be watching too. Jaden Crumity was a draft pick a year ago, and then Cam Jackson, 5th rounder out of Florida. Again, another big space eater who can back up Bobby Brown.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is the rotation. Remember, when you're going to play at that weight, you're going to play at that size, you're not going to be an every down guy, and you're going to have to be able to come up with a way to rotate, not have drop-off when it comes to that particular position. Because again, as you mentioned, championship defenses start from the inside out, from the middle out. Well, you got to have 2-man depth there without a drop-off in production and talent at the nose.
As we're watching some of these D-line drills, what are coaches looking at, especially for guys who might be pushing for a spot on the 2 deep, pushing for...
Yes. Please show these drills. Please explain them. Please explain them for people. Because some people don't understand what they're doing here with some of these drills and why it's important, how that translates to a game.
Or a starting job or just pushing for a spot on the 53.
Well, right now what they're doing is they're working on the sled bags and they're trying to keep pad level low. They want to explode through the hips, and you want to be able to, again, this is a bit of an anchor to be able to engage the blocker, control the blocker, and then the quickness and the burst and the first step get off. Because, hey, listen, quickest man wins, lowest man wins, and you're constantly trying to maintain that low pad level and explosion into the blocker.
Yeah, a couple of guys that they'll have flanking to the nose.
Interesting. Did y'all get all that? Does that make sense to y'all? What he was explaining there? Because this is important, because when you get into a game, you can't let those offensive linemen push you back into the second level. So pad level. You got to stay low. You got to stay effective. You got to stay disciplined. So, I like that assessment. That's a good one.
Nose tackle at D end. And The role of D end in a 3-4 is a little different, but we mentioned Derek Brown. Ashawn Robinson's the top returning tackler, 80 tackles last year,
Excellent.
5.5 sacks. Then you add Turk Wharton really came on at the end of last year for the Chiefs, including the postseason, 6 sacks in his last 8 games. Again, another guy still in his mid-20s with quads the size of legitimate sequoias.
Well, you've got guys that have come over through free agency that have Super Bowl rings. Guys that have tasted it, they've experienced it. You bring that in, they know what it takes. They know what it's going to require to be that type of player. Look at Wharton's lower.
What I tell you, bring in champions. You want to win a championship, you got to bring in champions. Period. Point blank. Turk is another one. What I tell you, man.
Body, as you just mentioned, just an absolute anchor. Look at his calves. Look at his thighs. This is a guy that's going to be very, very difficult to move off the football. This is another using the shoots right there. This is a drill that linemen hate. Anytime you're being forced to keep your pad level down through the shoots right there, it can be a very awkward position, but it's the only way to play the game successfully.
I was on Mac and Bone this morning, and we got into a conversation about Turk Wharton's quads. He squats about 800 pounds. His max leg press is however many plates the leg press can hold, or however much weight the machine can hold.
Damn.
Listen, I'm telling you, and those types of guys, it translates into the ability to anchor at the point of attack, hold the line, be able to get blockers off of you.
My man said 300 pounds. Good God.
Because of that strength and explosiveness.
And here's the trickle-down effect. You've got Brown and Ashawn Robinson and Turk Wharton, Cam Jackson, a rookie the Panthers hope. He factors into the equation. Take guys like Shy Tuttle and LeBron Ray.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because of all the injuries, those two started 24 games last year. Now you can bring them in for a rotational series, 5 to 10 snaps. That speaks to the depth that has been created up front. And I look at what Dan Morgan did last offseason. They wanted to address the offensive line. This offensive line went from being the worst unit in the league to one of the better units in the league.
And everybody's back.
Everybody's back up front. Now the idea is to do the same thing on the defensive line. And Dan Morgan, linebacker, right? Old school approach to football, but it works. Build from the trenches out.
Yeah, that's where the game is won. That's the difference between good and great at any level of football. And you talk about LeBron Ray, you talk about Shy Tuttle. The good news off from those two guys and their performance a year ago is you got a full evaluation and a large sample size to know exactly what they're capable of. And now that you're better around those two, how do you implement them? Plug them in here. Spell a guy here, spell a guy there. But there's a big difference up front between Bobby Brown and Shy Tuttle when it comes to physical dimensions.
When you talk about better around them, we drift our attention to the edge. A lot was made of the Panthers' pass rush last year. One interesting nugget, when DJ Wanham came back from injury, if you look at the last 8 games when Wanham played, the Panthers had 22 sacks. In the 9 that he didn't play, they only had 10 sacks. So he did impact the pass rush, not only with his numbers, but impacted the entire pass rush. But here's what helps the pass rush. If you could stop the run. Carolina gave up 6 yards per play on first down last year. If you're a D coordinator, all of a sudden, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 2, you're now down to the kids menu. You don't have the full menu. You can't unleash the blitz if you're not playing with a lead in the second.
My man said we down to the kids menu. God, he is not wrong. That's wild. I've never heard it put that way. That's wild.
Half. It impacts what you can do with the pass rush. I think sometimes we forget football is a lot of what happened, which impacts what will happen.
Well, there's no question, and when everybody talks about stopping the run, you got to stop the run. Well, you got to understand what happens when you do that and the trickle-down effect that it has on the succeeding downs that follow. So, everybody talks about, we got to get ahead of the chains. We want to get 3 or 4 on first down. Well, that changes your second down call Second
Yes.
and 7, second and 6 is not the same as second and 11, right? So now let's
Correct.
fast forward that to third down, because everybody's saying on defense, got to get out the field on third down. Well, on offense, we convert third downs, we maintain possession of the ball. Well, 3rd and 7 is different than 3rd and 2. And so it starts up front, stopping the run.
Yeah, so DJ
Right.
Wanham is back as one of the edge rushers. They got a couple of rookies too.
He's exactly right. Trickle down effect, man. Everybody's affected by each other, man. That's how this roster's built, man. How it's made. That's how it works. So, well said.
We'll show you those guys, Nick Scorton, Princely Umanmielen, and then Pat Jones, who played with Wanham in Minnesota, had 7 sacks, a breakout year for the Vikings. He was signed in the offseason. You might see him at a local fishing hole here in the area. I had a chance to catch up with him earlier this week. Before we get into football, let's start with something near and dear to you. Tell me how you got into fishing.
So my uncles actually got me into it when I was a kid. They was real big, heavy fishermen, so they got me out there. I got a little picture of me when I was like 4 years old, and I caught my first fish. Ever since then, I've just been hooked to it. I've just been out there fishing every day.
What's your best fish story?
My best fish story, probably the one that's on my Instagram. You got to type in and tune into it. I was in Texas. We was fishing for alligator gar. I had caught like a 140-pound alligator gar. Tried pulling it up on the boat. When I was pulling up on the boat, it charged at me. I fell off the boat.
Hold on, you caught an actual alligator?
It was an alligator gar.
What?
Yeah, so like the fish, it was probably like 5-6 feet long. Yeah.
What?
And it pulled you off the boat?
Yeah, you got to go look at my
Yo.
Instagram. It's on my Instagram.
You're a big dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
This man caught an alligator on a boat. Say what? God. There must have been one strong alligator. Shoot. That's funny.
Have you and
That's a
Xavier
good story.
Leggett bonded over some of those common outdoor
Now, that's a
activities?
fishing story.
We talked about it a little bit. We ain't gone did nothing yet though.
If he takes you hunting, you got to take him fishing.
Yeah, for sure. We could do that for sure.
What about horseback riding?
Yeah, I'll mess with the horse. I rode horses a couple times. It's cool too. We definitely got to do that.
So give me your fishing
yeah.
spot that you found locally.
Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that.
You don't want everybody coming there.
No, I can't do that.
Is it a fruitful spot? Do you find a lot of fish there?
Yeah, it's a great spot. It's a good spot.
Good.
I
Good,
can't.
good.
Yeah, you feel me? I can't give you my spot. I can tell you what lake it's on though, but it's on Lake Wiley somewhere. I ain't gonna tell you where though, but
He's gonna keep it under wraps
Yeah.
for now. You're gonna be fishing for quarterbacks too.
Oh, yeah.
You know this team wanted to get better rushing the passer this year. With what they've done up front, how do you feel that's going to help you guys on the edge?
I feel like it's gonna be real good. I feel like we got great additions up front. Right now, we just all trying to get to know each other better and just mesh together and learn how to rush and work off each other. I feel like once that happens, it's gonna be something big.
Playing
Yeah,
with DJ
agreed.
Wanham in Minnesota, what did he tell you about coming here?
He just told me about how good the staff was, how they were real great people, how we had great leaders. And once he told me that, I knew it was a place for me to be.
What's been your impressions of the 2 rookie pass rushers?
They're great. They just be willing to learn. They come out here ready to work hard every day. So it's just good having them with us.
Pat Jones, thank you.
For sure, appreciate you.
First impressions of Pat Jones. What do y'all think, man? What do y'all think about Pat? Interesting dude, man. That's a fish story. That's a fish story. I'm a fisherman myself, but I haven't been fishing for a few years now. But I ain't got a story like that, I can tell you that. Not even close. That blows mine out of the water.
And Pat Jones coming off season with the Vikings where he had a career-high 7 sacks and
Yeah.
expected to be one of the starting edge rushers opposite DJ Wanham. What the Panthers like, they spent their 2nd and 3rd picks in the draft on a couple of rookies. Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M, Princely Umanmielen, who played at Ole Miss last time out, both at previous stops as well. Let's start with Scorton. You know, this was a guy played with his hand in the ground at 285 for A&M last year. When he was at Purdue, more of a stand-up outside linebacker, edge rusher, played in the 258, 260 range. He's at about 265 right now. But first, what's required of the outside linebacker in a 3-4? What is on these rookies' plates?
Well, first and foremost, it's
Ooh, hold up. Did y'all just see that back there in the background? Where you just hit that sled? God dang. He hit that with some violence. Let's see that again.
Out both at previous stops as well. Let's start with Scorton. This was a guy played with
I
his
wanna
hand
see
in the
that
ground
again.
at 285 for A&M last year. When he was at Purdue, more of a stand-up outside linebacker, edge
Watch back
rusher.
there.
Played in the 258, 260
Yeah.
range. He's at about 265 right now. But first, what's required of the outside linebacker in a 3-4? What is on these rookies' plates?
well, first and foremost, you're having
There
to
it
pull
is.
double
Look. He picked that joker up, man, like it was nothing. Look at this.
duty.
Look at
right?
this back
if
there.
you're going to be in a stand-up position,
God.
you're going to be expected to have to rush the passer. You're going to have to be expected to play in space, right? And then there's going to be times where if you're going to move
These are some strong guys, man. Shoot. I would not want to be the offensive lineman they play against.
down like a Nick Scarton, when he's at 285, he's probably lining up over the tight end or the offensive tackle in a 5 technique or so. And now he's got to have that 185 pounds to be able to anchor at the point of attack. So finding out where he fits, I think the beauty of this, when you look at Princely, you look at Nick Scarton, they've played in a stand-up role, they've played with their hand down, so they've got scheme versatility.
Mm-hmm.
Princely Monmielen, there's a lot
Agreed.
of chatter about his bend, his spin moves, his explosiveness.
Yeah.
In some of Ole Miss's biggest games this season, he flashed on tape against some of the better opponents. The Georgia game especially.
Well, he's one of those guys that's
Yeah.
twitchy. And when you're twitchy off the edge and you can maintain that first step advantage, you're going to pressure the quarterback. You're going to affect the quarterback. Now, you talk about that term bend, and we hear that all the time. It's the ability for tall, long guys to be able to be flexible and bend and contort in a short area of space without having stiffness. And that's not easy.
Did y'all get that definition? Let me run that back. Let me run that back one more time. Let me run that back.
For tall, long guys to be able to be flexible and bend and contort in a short area of space without having stiffness. And that's not easy.
Huh. Okay. I learned something new. That's a new term I was not even aware of that they were using. All right.
Easy to do, especially when you look at the size of most of these prospects. To be able to keep your pad level low, get skinny, and work the edge, that's something of value that every coach, every scout's
Yeah.
looking for on
True.
edge guys.
Yeah, and then you bring back DJ Wanham, who by default becomes the elder statesman of the group.
Yeah, well, listen, if you can get some help.
All right, so for this one, they're trying to work their way around this pole and hit the pad. So they're measuring the footwork, they're measuring the athleticism, they're measuring the hip turning, and just in general, can you keep your head low? Can you keep it pad level?
Opposite
let's see
of
it
him.
again.
And now
With
all of a
another player.
sudden, you're not just worried about the edge that Wanham's on. You're worried about the other edge. And I think that's where as you grow, every scout's looking for
Let's
on edge
see
guys.
this.
Yeah, and then you bring back
drill run
DJ
one more
Wanham,
time.
who
Let's see it
by
one more
default
time.
becomes
I'm gonna cut the sound off for 1 second. There you go. So they're trying to keep their head down. They're trying to see how quickly you can move there. All right, let's keep it going.
You can get some help opposite of him. And now all of a sudden, you're not just worried about the edge that Wanham's on. You're worried about the other edge. And I think that's where as you grow through the draft, you go through free agency, you're trying to figure out how to avoid somebody going away from your best player. Don't allow that.
And with the depth that they have this year at outside linebacker compared to last year, one of the guys who's going to be fun to watch in camp is DJ Johnson. This was a former third-round pick, somebody the Panthers a few years ago traded up to get out of Oregon. Always a guy who physically had all the tools, but now you go into year 3 in the NFL, and it's a deeper room when it comes to edge
Right.
rushers. So far, DJ Johnson's been getting some praise from some of the coaches in camp, but it seems there's a little bit on him now to produce and perform in preseason.
Well, I think he realizes that, okay, we're 3 years in now. The production has to start being there, and it's got to start being there consistently. You bring in some of the free agents. You bring in some of the early.
It's got to be there consistently, guys. There's that C word again, y'all. There's that C word. Consistently.
Young draftees.
You'll hear it a lot.
And now
Get
what
used to
happens
it.
when you're dealing with salary cap and you're dealing with decisions to make come cut time, your production.
Okay, so for this drill, it looks like it's hand fighting. It's hand fighting. Let's see another player do it.
Has to warrant you being kept around. And I think that's the big thing for DJ Johnson, to have his most productive camp.
You got the
This is Pod 5, the first.
the gloves on there, the pads on there, so it's the old boxing drill.
Working the hands, man. You're always working the hands. You've got a plan. You've got a counter to
Boxing
that
drill.
plan. You've got a reaction to that plan. You hear coaches talk about quick hands versus heavy hands.
Yeah.
Now you talk about a guy, once he gets his hands on you and you can't get off of him. Here they're working the quick side of it and the explosive side of it to be able to avoid allowing an offensive line to get their hands on him.
How many moves do you want to see a pass rusher have?
Well, I think there's a lot in the tool bag there. You've got the rip, you've got the arm over, you've got the swim,
Right.
you've got the ghost. I could go up and down. You've got
The ghost?
You've got the ability to bull rush and get your hands inside. That's kind of I don't want to say it's a lost art, but those who can do it can put guys on skates.
We just don't see edge guys as big as they used to be. That's part of the reason.
Well, yeah, and that's how, when everything, even at whether it's the high school, or the
Ghost
college,
move.
or the NFL level, and everything became more spread out, right? So what happened is you're now having defenses go, well, we can't play with those guys size and weight-wise because we're going to be caught in space all the time. And if you look at the NFL right now, and you look at Baltimore, you look at Philadelphia, what they did is they looked at everybody on defense in the league and said, well, they're not very big over there. Let's line up in 2 and 3 tight ends, and we'll get an unbalanced line. We'll just run it down their throat.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring
Yeah.
that up. A year ago, 2023, so the previous season, not a single rusher in the NFL had 300 or more attempts.
Yeah.
Last year, for the first time in more than a decade, 6 running backs had 300-plus rushing yards. It may be signaling a trend, 300-plus rushing attempts. It may be signaling a trend. We're coming back to the run game. Everyone's smaller and faster.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
That's possible. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? Y'all think we're going back to the run game now? Interesting tidbit right there.
Be bigger and stronger. Let's make this thing a phone booth fight.
Absolutely,
Okay.
they're gonna narrow the field this way, and they're gonna put guys who are really athletic and can run and are long, and you love all of those things when you're spread out. But when you get into tight quarters, it's tough for those guys to hold up.
Let's
Right.
move inside with the linebacker position, and there's no way to sugarcoat this. The Panthers are thin on the inside. They've got Christian Roseboom, who they signed from the Rams. Trevin Wallace, back, second-year guy out of Kentucky, thrown into the fire last year.
Yeah,
But Josie
Trevin,
Jewell,
man.
he was let go, would not have been able to play to begin the season as it stands. Not a lot of depth behind the top two. But again, when you look at just the nature of that 3-4 defense, we hear so often, hey, that inside linebacker position in this defense, their production is more a product of what happens from the front
How
three.
does Bam
Well,
Martin
there's no
Scott
question. And then
fit in there?
the 2B
That's
gaps,
what I'm
the
trying to
gap
figure
between your
out.
guard and your center, opposite of where you got zero nose technique that we talked about lining up. What you've got to be able to do is you got to be
There's
able to play
Numara.
off that initial block up the middle off of your nose, but then be able to understand angle,
God, I
fits,
wish I could watch
pursuit,
Numara.
because you have an offensive guard that's kind of
Show
release
Numara,
up the
please.
field, and he's responsible for
Show
you.
him.
So how you flow to the football,
There
the
he
right
is.
technique you take to it, and then you've got to be able
There's
to
that
anchor
Troy
at the point of attack.
Polamalu there.
Bottom line, I think this is going to be the most challenged
There he is.
position on the Panthers roster this coming fall.
Why do you say
Show
that? Just
me a
because of the
drill
depth?
with him.
The depth, and
I wanna see what this
having
dude can
somebody-
do.
Not having a Josie Jewell, right? That guy that you look at and say, oh, he's done it before. We know him. We know what we're going to get out of him. And so I think this is something that you'll see unfold and start to evolve throughout the year.
I think one of the things that we're curious to see is camp unfold. Certainly, if he plays in the preseason games, Trevin Wallace is a rookie last year. There was a point where Shaq Thompson was hurt, when Josie Jewell was hurt, and I remember the game. It was at Chicago. Trevin Wallace getting the start, and not only the start, he's the green dot. And we saw what the Bears tried to do. They went quick, they varied their tempo, and they put his head on a swivel. It was an extremely tough spot for a rookie being the green dot. But what does that entail? We hear that, yes, he's the guy that...
I feel like he did an excellent job of adjusting to that, and just did an excellent job in general. As a rookie, you know, you got big responsibilities, you know, and being given that green spot, man. Man, that's big shoes to fill. Without Shaq and your boy out there, man.
Communicates and gets people lined up. What does that really entail on the field and with the line of communication to the sideline?
Well, it makes it far more difficult when the offense is going fast and when they're trying to speed things up. They want to limit your ability to communicate. They want to limit your ability to get lined up correctly.
Yeah.
The vast majority of defensive football, Anish, is get your cleats in the ground and line up properly. If you're not lined up properly, you're already on the downside. So,
y'all hear that? If you're not lined up properly, you're already on the downside. Oof. Oof. That's interesting right there. I love these tidbits, man. This is great. These live streams are great. More of these, please. Please, more of these.
I think that person that wears the green dot has to be able to process quickly. He's got to be able to manage the players around him, and he's got to be able to get everybody lined up and do it in short order. And that takes communication skills, it takes listening skills, and it takes football instincts.
You're looking at John Radigan, who was a special teamer last season, did start a game for the Panthers.
Yeah,
he,
show me
Claude, and
Radigan.
Shirless amongst the guys competing to be that backup linebacker to Wallace and Roseboom to begin the season. So, yes, I think depth's a concern there as of right now. But that's also a position where you get down to the end of the season, end of the preseason, teams are trimming their rosters from 53. That seems to be a position where usually you can go find at least some veteran who's going to be available if need be.
Yeah, somebody with 3-4 years, played some meaningful snaps, large sample size to evaluate. That's going to be a primary priority when you get towards the end of camp if you're looking.
Plus, a lot of these contracts are going to come up and become a problem for some of these teams that are looking to cut some cap space. So, you know, if you can get some of these players for training camp purposes, you know, post training camp purposes, you know, and just set them up and line them up. The problem is you'd like to be able to do that within a week or two of the end of camp, because they have to take all that time and learn a new system. See, that's the problem. When you're signing a new free agent and you cut all these people that have been here for like a month, they know the system, they know, you know, the basics of it, you know, the bare bones. So they know all the drills and everything. So here comes a veteran that's got to learn all your drills, you know, and what you're doing, you know, what you expect of them. You know, it can be tough on those veterans coming in, but it's a shorter time span rather than, you know, somebody that's been there for a month, because it takes them a lot less time to learn that because they've been in the league for so long. But let's continue.
To do that, you got to have a sample size that says, is this guy better than what we have?
Yeah.
Modern look. Thick.
All right, let's continue.
Position. That room has been almost entirely rebuilt from a year ago. Xavier Woods is gone.
Who is going to seize the second safety spot? Facts. This is going to be fascinating. We already know the first one's going to be Trevor Mulrig. Who's going to take the second one? I think Lathan. I'm going to go ahead and say Lathan.
The big free agent signing was Trayvon Merrick coming over from the Raiders.
Yeah.
When he signed, I had a
Merrick.
friend from the Raiders text me, "You're going to love this guy. He can play in the box. He's physical. He's going to help out against the run. Big hitter." So he'll play one safety
It's
position.
Merrick.
And then the other safety position, this is one of the battles in camp. You got Damani Richardson, who had some nice moments as an
Damani versus
undrafted
Lathan.
rookie out of A&M last year. And then
For me.
Lathan Ransom,
Rookie.
out of Ohio State, fifth
I can
round
see
pick.
Travion Thomas
There's a
coming
lot of
up there
excitement around Ransom.
and doing something. And making it an interesting competition. But right now, I got Trayvon and Damani and Lathan battling it out for the second safety position, with Travion Thomas being the third. Battling it out with Jack Henderson down there. That's what I've got so far. But who knows what can happen. Training camp could bring out the best in some of these players. You never know. Isaac Gifford might come out of nowhere and become that guy. So, who knows, man? He might give him a fight.
Start there.
Well, he's athletic and he's rangy. I had an opportunity to broadcast a couple of his games during his college career. He's also somebody that can get people lined up. He's a voice on the back end of the safety position. And you're right, we talk about the lack of experience and depth at linebacker. Now you've had a new face, as you mentioned, coming over in free agency. There's Mooring right there, Trayvon Mooring. So there's bodies here. There's a lot of guys to choose from with an awful lot of range. But I think Lathan Ransom was a steal from a draft perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Ransom was a fifth rounder, won a national championship at Ohio State, and then
The interesting thing is, he was exactly in the round that I thought he would be in when we got him. So, steal, maybe. I think it was, a round or two later than I predicted him to be there. And most mock drafts predicted him to be there.
Damani Richardson was a guy this time last year.
Yeah.
His name kept on surfacing, and the Panthers realized, hey, we can't hide this guy because all he did was make plays, come up with interception in camp. You had media members tweeting it out. Made some plays in the preseason, got a chance with the team, and then late in the season, they threw him into the fire. Started a few games, had a couple of double-digit tackle games. Two-time captain, Texas A&M, and a guy who came to the NFL with a reputation in college as a ball hawk.
Well, listen, year 1 to year 2, you're going to see tremendous growth, right? Especially if you've had a taste of it as a rookie and been thrown into the fire and had to learn on the fly. He did that, as you mentioned, so double-digit tackle games and confidence after playing. I think that's the thing. He comes into camp this year a completely different guy mentally than he was a year ago.
What is the biggest requirement of the safety position? Let's go free safety and strong safety individually in a 3-4 scheme.
Well, the strong safety is going to have to be a primary run support player. I mean,
that's Merrick.
That's Merrick. He's got to be the guy that can play near or within the box. He's got to be able to have the correct run fits, leverage the football. I think from the free safety perspective, you got to have a little more range, probably run just a little bit better, the ability to play in space more so now in the game than ever before because of what the game has become. You got to be able to play a split half off the safety or off the hash as a split safety. You got to be able to play the center field spot. That requires a ton of range and ability to play in the open field.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun position battle.
Did you get all that, Mr. Ajiro Evero? Did you get all that, Mr. Defensive Coordinator? Yeah, we talking to you, Mr. Musical Chairs, with our defensive players. Putting everybody in the wrong positions. Don't tell me these players in the wrong positions. Look at the scheme. If the scheme is wrong, these guys are going to be in the wrong spots to cover these guys and stop these plays.
Watch Damani Richardson, Lathan Ransom, who could be that starting safety. You've got the veteran Nick Scott, who was brought back. Scott also adds a ton of value on special teams.
How much do you want to bet Xavier Woods actually has a good year when he's not under this defense in this questionable scheme? where he's got some structure. How much you want to bet? Because he was on that Super Bowl Rams team. How much you want to bet? Let's watch him this year. Let's see some numbers. Let's watch him on tape. Let's see how he does.
Let's move to the cornerback position. I think the one constant here is if J.C. Horn is healthy.
Here we go.
It's one side of the field you don't have to worry about.
Correct.
He is that good.
Yeah.
Obviously, staying on the field at points
And
in his
Mike
career
Jack, same
has
thing.
been an issue. But if he is healthy, man, that solves a lot of problems for Carolina.
Oh, there's no
Right.
question. And now what you got to do is figure out exactly how you're going to look opposite of him, and then establish your depth. What?
All right. Who's your guys right now? If you had to pick somebody for the third and fourth spot, who are your two guys out of this list? I'll leave this up here for a second. Because for me, it's we already know Chow Smith-Wade is going to play nickel. That's obvious. That's exactly what we drafted him to do. I'm going to say Shamar. And I'm going to say a Caleb Evans right now. With Travis putting up a few plays that may catch people's attention. And maybe Melo gets a play or two every now and then during this camp. I feel like Corey Thornton is just going to keep getting burnt by faster guys. Same thing with Michael Reed. But, you know, Trey Swilling actually has the speed to keep up with these guys. So does Melo. So, I want to see, you know, can you close that gap? Can you try to make a play? You know, on a deep pass or a medium pass. Let's see how these guys do with that. And then we'll figure out, okay, where do these guys rank? Where should they go? Where should they be? You know, do we agree with what's being put on the practice squad afterwards? Do we not agree with it? You know, and this preseason game against the Browns is going to be very telling of that. That's going to be the first opening to telling us what we need to do with these guys. You know, who's leading the bar, who isn't.
What's your rotational depth when you're in nickel, you're in dime? Who's going on? the
Who's
field?
your 3 and 4?
I think that J.C. Horn
Let me know in the
full
chat or the
health
comment section.
is a year in and year out Pro Bowl.
No doubt.
Year
No
in
doubt.
and year out Pro Bowl. You don't have players with his length and his height that can run the way he does. He's got a lot of what Patrick Peterson had as a young player in the National Football League. He's exciting and still has a very high ceiling.
He's big,
Yeah.
he's tall, he's fast, he's physical. And then opposite J.C. Horn, one of the great offseason moves Dan Morgan made last year, they turned a 7th-round pick a year ago, Michael Barrett, the linebacker out of Michigan, traded him to Seattle for Mike Jackson, affectionately known here as Mike Jack. Mike Jack stepped
Great
in.
decision. Great trade. We have gotten a lot out of that trade, too. Because Barrett hasn't done jack crap since he got traded. Nothing. Mike Jack's over here balling out.
J.C. Horn.
Excellent
And
trade,
again,
Dan.
was one of the top
We
guys
won
in the
that
league
one.
when it came to passes defended. The question for the
Definitely won
Panthers,
that one.
okay, you get beyond J.C., you get beyond
Yeah.
Mike Jack, Shaw Smith-Wade, penciled in right now as the starting nickel. He's a second-year guy out of Washington State. Still a bit of a question.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a surprise. Shamar Bartholomew was a guy that impressed the Panthers when he was with the Jets in a joint practice. A lot of waiver claims on Bartholomew. The Panthers got him last year, rostered him all season. There's excitement about him, but outside of Week 18 against Atlanta, we didn't see a whole lot of him. So not a lot.
He got his chance against Atlanta to kind of show who he is. But now you're going to really see who he is. Once he starts getting all these drills and stuff in training camp and on the field during preseason games, you're going to see him make some plays. I just got that feeling. Shamar is different on this list. I got that feeling. I don't know what it is, man, but Shamar's been all over the media. You know, he's been making plays. He's been doing stuff. and he's blossoming. So I'm excited for that. I like I said, I think he takes one of those two spots. I think he does. But yeah, we definitely won that trade with Mike Jack. Did we ever win that trade?
A lot of known commodities once you get past the top two.
No, there's not, and that's what training camp's all about. That's what preseason games become so important. You know, you say, well, how important is a preseason?
Average age of current cornerbacks on the roster, 24.6. 24.6.
Game depends on where you are in the pecking order.
Just something to focus on there. Just an interesting fact.
Player for the Carolina Panthers, preseason games are unbelievably important in terms of performance, sample size, and production. And so I agree.
Facts. Y'all hear that? Facts.
I think Mike Jackson's interesting because I feel like he's kind of a safety playing corner. That type of mentality, toughness, rugged, physical, those types of attributes out on the perimeter, which if you're going to be in the boundary, all right, which oftentimes you're going to be, that's a great attribute to have.
And then when you look at the nickel position, which will be interesting to watch as we move through training camp, given the way the NFL is, we're a 3 wide receiver set, 11 personnel. That's more or less the norm for most teams. It's not like it used to be where the nickel was a specialty guy. You know, most teams, even teams in a 3-4, Panthers played a ton of base nickel last year.
Yeah, listen, you're almost forced to, all right? You mentioned the personnel groupings, the formations, spreading the field horizontally. It's just very difficult to play with minimal cover guys on the field.
Oh, it is difficult to play that type of defense with bare minimum talent on the field. Okay.
Regardless of what the structure of your front is, you could be a 4-man front, you could be a 3-man front, you could be a 50 front. It doesn't matter. But the people having to play in space better have some cover skills.
You are one lucky son of a gun because it has been blazing hot here at practice. You picked the day when we have shade, we have a breeze, the temperatures are down a little bit. Appreciate you coming out, Tom.
You bet, man. Thanks for having me.
He's Tom Luganbill. I'm Anish Shroff. We've got 2 more of these practice live streams, August 11th, August 19th. Don't
mark them down on your calendars, folks. August 11th, August 19th. We might react to both of these live. I'm going to try to. I doubt it. I doubt I'll be able to, but, you know, we'll see. But if we do react to it live, we'll go back and we'll rewatch it again and we'll break it down. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. I want to get into yeah. Panthers story. Let's do it. Okay, so there's the little toe tap footwork there from that particular wide receiver. Very nice. Okay, so that was just those. Gotcha. It's just the wide receivers. Nice. Alright, so in this particular drill, you're testing out the footwork, you're going side to side, you're doing what you do, you know, and you pick up the ball, you run, keeping your head down as a defender. Let's see it one more time. Shift, shift, scoop up. All right. So here's the footwork. Here's the hands. The hands drill and the footwork drill. These are your defensive linemen right here. So again, you see the yellow bars. They're working on the footwork. Let's watch it one more time. Look at the yellow bars. So that's the defensive end drill. They're focused on footwork, hands, and just hip turning on these particular ones. One more time with this one. Nice. Nice. Okay, that one wasn't the best example of that drill, but, you know, still, he did well. Here's JC Horn. Typical corner drill right there. Here's the one-on-one. Back pedal and catch. So you're supposed to catch it in between these two black cones. So, let's watch it again. Beautiful. Oh, look at that one-handed catch. Okay. Okay, I'll see you. Alright. So we got the pictures. Nice catch. Here's a hands drill with the coach. And this one, you're going through a turnstile. The players are going through a turnstile. They got the padded bags. A little bit of media right there. Alright, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So that's what we got going on there. Oh, there's the pick. Oh, ooh. Okay, that was an underthrown ball that went to Chow. So let's kind of break these down a little bit. You get a high pass. That was on target. Who we get? This was the pick by JC Horn. What a pick right there. That's beautiful. Alright, so we got a pass deflection here. Went up for the ball, couldn't get it. It's just a little low because of the hands of. And there's a nice catch right there. Alright. And an underthrown ball that Chow Smith-Wade caught there for the interception. Yeah, that's my concern is, like, who is throwing the pick? I'm gonna try to catch it. Hold up. Who Who threw that? Who threw that pass? Because normally, whoever it is right there. Because normally that would be Derek Anderson throwing a pass like that. I've seen him in training camp. And it's a major cause of concern. Catch it. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see it. I would venture to say I think it was Derek Anderson, but I don't know. You know, I don't want to throw him under the bus for that. But, unless I know for sure it was him, but we're going to assume for now because of what I know about him. Alright. And let's do pressers. Is there anything else besides pressers that you guys want me to cover? Let me know. I know that there's that documentary of the 2015 Panthers. We're going to do a separate stream on that on the day off. But for right now, we're focused on just training camp footage right now. Let's see. Panthers. Press conferences. Let's go. Let's do it.
Honey.
Now, and rather than waste everybody's time, you know, with all the music and stupid stuff here, let's just get straight to it. Y'all wasted 16 minutes of everybody's time. 16 minutes. Bro, I know I put my intro music in for about 3 to 4 minutes. You know, sometimes it'll be 5 or 6, but I never waste y'all's time like that. You know, starting a stream up. Or even ending it. You know, I don't do that. I get straight to the content, man. That's who I am. But y'all know we got to have some intro music and outro music, man. That's just how we roll. But let's go.
All right. Got our legs back yesterday. Guys came out, started a little slow. Bryce challenged the group, went into the huddle. Boys responded. Defense, great response today. A dominant practice for the defense. Some turnovers, some beautiful hits. Guys squaring each other, squaring the offensive guys up, showing each other the type of physical play that they're expecting from each other, which I love. I love that it's coming from them. You know, it's Trey Merrick. You know, it's Lathan Ransom showing up. You know, Thomas Incoom had a great day today. Pat Jones had some.
Thomas Incoom. We didn't see any clips of Thomas Incoom at all. Like, what did he do? Can anybody tell me what he did? Because, like, I didn't see any tweets or anything like that about what this dude did. Yet, for some reason, he had a good day. I mean, maybe his reps look good. I don't know. Y'all have to tell me.
Nice rushes. I could go on, but it was just a lot of physical play. Trevin had a nice hit out there. And that's what we need. You know, the offense needs to be able to be prepared for that kind of physical nature of the game. So I love the finish of the practice.
Dave, you confirmed, I saw a video where you confirmed that you do plan to play your starter.
Yes.
The first preseason game. What went behind that decision? Was that one of the things that you kind of learned from last preseason because you didn't play them last year?
Yeah, I just, kind of going through it last year. I think, we have a mix of veteran players, but it's predominantly a pretty young team. And I just can't pass up the opportunities. Like the reps in game are valuable, but I think that it goes to the night before when guys know they're going to go out there. They got to make a decision, to play football. And so it starts the night before with the prep. You start thinking about your plan, taking care of your body, making sure you get your rest. You get up, it's your nutrition plan in the morning, body readiness, kind of just like your full game day routines. Those are so valuable. We have three opportunities to do that, in this preseason. And I just really want to take advantage of that. Plus, it's a bunch of new guys playing together on defense and a couple of new guys on the offensive side. We have a little more continuity there, but I just love the thought of them going through that plan, having a first 15 type of thought process, and taking advantage of the preparation.
Includes Bryce.
Yes.
Will that be case by case for the second and third preseason game as well?
That's my plan for the first two, and then the third one we'll have to kind of decide, wait and see where we're at there in that week of practice going into it. Yeah, Nick just has a mild hamstring we're being smart about, happened in a special teams drill. He's been doing a great job there. And then DJ's just had a hip thing, something in his hip kind of flare up on him at the beginning of practice, so we're just going to check him out this afternoon.
Okay. You, as Vashti said, you didn't play your starters, I think, the first two last year.
Yeah.
Was it just something, what changed, and did you learn something from that process?
Yeah, I think just...
Oh my gosh. He actually asked a relevant question. About time. Same dude every press conference. Finally asked a relevant question. Thank you, sir. That's what I want to know. What changed? What was your mindset? What changed?
Experimenting with an approach. I'd been a part of in Seattle where we played our starters all but the last preseason game. They always got some good work in a couple series, and I just think about Pete. What he was looking for at the time was the same thing we talked about, was that mental preparation and readiness to go out there and play football, full speed football. So you think about the hours, there's a lot that goes into getting your mind right to go out there and play this game, so that as much as anything is valuable.
Dave, you mentioned that Bryce early on in practice refocused the team.
Yeah.
Has that been a common occurrence for Bryce this training camp, and how does that speak to his leadership?
It hasn't been necessary, really up until today, and I think as we accumulated 3 great days of practice, had a player day off, and you kind of come out and the guys are kind of oozing their way into practice, and so the challenge, and from Chuba at the end of practice was, guys, we can't afford to come out and feel our way through this thing. We have to be ready to go when that first horn blows for 2 hours. We're working, and to kind of have those habits and Brian.
Ooh, I like that. Chuba, telling them like it is. Telling them you got to come out there fighting. You got to come out there swinging. You can't just lackadaisically sleep your way through training camp, bro. You got to come out there swinging and move it. Excellent, Chuba. Excellent. Excellent. That's exactly what I want you to do, buddy. You're starting to find that leadership role, man. You're starting to find it. And with statements like that and just pushing these guys, the coaches didn't have to do that. Chuba did that. Yes, Chuba did that. You did that, sir. And that's the stuff I like to see right there. Nicely said, Chuba. Because these guys better wake up, man. They better wake up. You can't just walk through training camp and just be like, nope. Get out there and fight, bro. Get out there and fight. You're here for a reason. Get out and fight. Do your thing. Work.
Bryce, I think, just sensed it. He hadn't had to up until this point, but I think he could sense just not enough urgency, and so he just kind of, we went through that first rack, came back out and took, 10 or 15 seconds to kind of tell the guys, let's go. It's time to go. So I love that.
I love that too, Dave.
Yeah.
I love that too.
Yeah.
That's very encouraging.
I think Thomas just taking to the coaching points of becoming a rusher. He's very physical by nature. He helped us on special teams. He's a dynamic player there, but I think that AC Carter's been working with him. Our outside linebackers coach has been really working with him on having just a couple of tools. It's like a pitcher. You got your fastball, and there's some sort of off-speed pitch that's coming, and with Thomas with his speed, he could help us. He could be a really dynamic presence that way. And then I just love how physical he's playing the run game as well.
Mm-hmm. How do you balance in your mind? You said dominant day for defense. How do you kind of balance good for them, bad for the other guys?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the response, and it's the consistency, right? Because, especially when we get into the red zone periods, the way we score it, we give a point for a win, we give 3 points for a touchdown. So the defense doesn't like that. But what happens is in games, you could be having a dominant day, but you give up one go ball for a touchdown, and it's a big swing in momentum, a big shift, So it's that consistency of play that we're looking for. But I thought they upheld that. I thought they continued to play the run game and challenge the run game, and then challenge the pass game, came up with some turnovers, So, and then what I've been noticing the guys are doing is the defense is getting together before every team drill. They're kind of coming together, talking, challenging each other, then they go out there and call it up again, And so it's just,
So these guys are getting together and they're talking about it. They're challenging each other. They're pushing each other. That's a healthy thing right there. That's very healthy. It's a very healthy habit. Keep it going.
I love that refocus. That's what it's going to take during games. I expect them to kind of have that chemistry to come together in between drives. Let's go out and do it again.
Right.
How many times can we just do right longer? Can we finish halves? Can we finish games that way? So I love the mentality of it right now.
Right. Exactly.
So you talked about wanting this to be a player-led team.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the job of the coaching staff to set the foundation for our schemes, for our philosophy, and for our expectations of what it looks like to play Panthers football. But then it becomes powerful when the players take that, and the locker room owns it, and they make it show up, play in and play out. That's when it becomes powerful. That's when it becomes our team, their team. And because, as you all know, at the end of the day, it's going to be those men out there on the field.
Imagine.
Facts, Dave Canella. Speak your truth, brother. Speak your truth.
Sending in calls, but they're the ones that got to do it. They got to call each other. They're going to rebound from, a bad play. They got to celebrate the good plays and keep each other in tune and focused for a whole game.
That's straight facts right there. Did y'all hear that? Y'all caught all that? Yeah. That's what it is, man. That's what it is.
Robert is amazing. The size, the talent, the quickness, the flexibility. He's a really intelligent guy. And he'll be the first one to come up here and tell you there are technique things that he wants to work on, and being really specific with his hand placement, keeping his weight back. He's such a big dominant force. He can get away with kind of just mauling guys and covering them up. But if you play with technique and you have all that power and athleticism, that's when you really, take the next steps. And I just...
You hear that, Icky? Yes, Icky, I'm talking to you. What did you learn from that? What did you learn from that? Because your issue is technique. Take that and learn from it.
Love the thought of, regardless of where our players are at, there's always more out there for you. There's always a learning curve. We're constantly growing as coaches, as players. We're constantly looking for that. So I love the fact that he's challenging himself, and Harold Goodwin is challenging him every day just on the little techniques, and he's very coachable, very receptive to that. I think it could be really valuable. I think for me as the head coach, I think just there are those close, like, was it a first down or not, type of situations that come up where all of a sudden I got to be ready for, it was a first down. What's the play call there? It wasn't, potentially a 4th and inches, potentially a 3rd and inches or whatever. So I think that getting that information quickly does help the flow of the game.
Right. Yeah.
Quiet day seemingly for T-Mac. You noticed, I know you talked about his response a couple days ago. How did you think he looked today?
I thought he looked great. I thought.
Relevant question number 2. Well done. See, you could do this. You got this. These are the questions I want from you. Well done.
There was some communication stuff I'm sure he and Bryce are going to work through when we get to film. I can't tell you exactly what happened on some of those, but a couple of near misses, something that they've been working on all camp, so something for them to look at this afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, James Mitchell, he just keeps doing right, and I think trust factor, right? So the level of trust just continues to increase when he's in there with Andy or Bryce, whoever it is. So if you're doing right and the coverage says the ball goes there, he's making his plays. He had a couple ops early on in camp, couldn't quite come up with them, but he's been doing a solid job in the run game and the pass game.
Okay.
Talked about the physicality. It looked like today was beyond thud, but short of live. What do you call that?
No, that's thud. I think in my mind, that's what thud should look like. I think the challenge for our defensive guys is, can you put your body in position where we all know that would have been a tackle, and because what happens, league wide is you get into these games and you're kind of whizzing by or just putting a shoulder or you're tagging off with 2 hands. Well, we don't really know if that was a tackle or not. That's not real football. So my challenge was to bring that physical nature where we know without a shadow of a doubt you were squared up and there's a great chance that you stop that play right there. And so I'll honor that with the whistle. If not, I kind of let the play extend because all the guys have to be ready to chase. Sometimes there's a big mosh pit and the ball squirts outside or through the middle, so we have to be on track. We have to train ourselves not to just say, that was a tackle and relax. We have to stay engaged through the duration, all the way through the echo of the whistle.
Ooh. Interesting. That's discipline and tackling right there. And adapting to different scenarios. I like that. Ron was very relaxed about that. We had, in his later years, Frank was relaxed about that, so was Matt Rule. So it's great to have that kind of discipline come back. With and adapting to different situations. So now you're starting to see Dave Canales integrate different drills like that and extending the plays too. Just to see what happens, and having everybody alert and ready to go. So I love that. That is going to help you go towards success right there.
Yeah, physical style of play. Exactly what we saw on film, what we're looking for. I love that. I love that he brings that to the DB room. That attitude, and he's really been into the details of the schemes and all that, and has been someone we can count on. So he's really given himself a chance to compete for the other starting spot at safety.
You've been part of Fan Fest before, but
yeah.
Season with fans, what is your outlook going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm really excited to just get the extra energy that comes with a game-like environment. It feels to me like we used to have 4 preseason games. It feels like that first opportunity for us to suit up. We'll be in full pads. We'll get all of our special teams units a couple of full speed reps to evaluate it, but also just the gratification of making a play in here in the fans. Making a tackle, making a nice catch or a big run. And the successes that come with that, and being able to feed off the energy of the fans.
You mentioned the last play, I think, earlier. What did you see on the last play?
On that interception, yeah, I had a window closed quickly. Shaw kind of, baited Bryce, I think, a little bit with some movement, came back and made a nice play, finished it right there. So, you know, I kind of saw it from Bryce's point of view, and I could see T-Mac kind of coming into a void for a touchdown, and, you know, Shaw kind of just squeezed back on it, you know, passed the first route off and came back on the second one. So a really nice play by Shaw, you know, to just have QB intentions on his mind.
Excellent question. That's 4 for 4 today, buddy. 4 for 4. Great questions. This is out of character for him. Did he eat his Wheaties today?
Yeah, he's doing great.
Oh,
You know,
my
he's been
goodness.
versatile for us. He's playing the nickel spot. He's playing outside. You know, he's kind of been all over the secondary, and somebody we can count on to speak loudly and be on the same page with his teammates. All right, thank you.
Excellent questions. I was very pleased with that. I got a lot out of that presser. Did y'all? I was very happy with the questions asked and the information we got out of it. But yeah, that's 4 for 4 relevant questions from Joe, man. That's out of character for him. Man finally ate his Wheaties this morning. A little bit of brain power being used today. Love it, man. Love it. That's what I need to hear from him, man. He needs to ask questions. That's what I need.
What up, man?
DJ, Coach used the word dominant, talking about the way defense played today. What was your perspective on today's practice?
Oh yeah, I feel like we came out, you know what I'm saying, ready to work. All levels of the field, D-line, linebackers, even in the secondary, they all came up ready to hit, ready to go, and kind of took over practice. So we're excited about that, and we're gonna keep going from there.
How important is it to set that tone, especially kind of after the defensive struggles last year?
Oh yeah, man, it's a new standard around here. We got to set that standard each and every day. Even the young guys that came in, they got to know that, you know what I'm saying, we're coming to work, we're coming to get to it, because last year was not the standard, and just keep going.
The standard. Okay.
Those young guys, they seem like a fun bunch.
Oh yeah. Nick, Princely, I love having those guys in the room. Obviously, different personalities, but they bring, you know what I'm saying, some fun and excitement to the room. And I love where they are, you know what I'm saying, coming in, ready to play. So, you know what I'm saying, the sky's the limit for those guys.
I think you saw, or I read earlier that even the seating, the way that you guys were seated,
Oh, yeah.
is that the same for training camp?
Yeah, it's going.
What does that look like, the mentorship with both yourself and Pat Jones?
Me and Pat been around a little minute. Obviously, we ain't been around too long, but just just the things that we've learned, you know what I'm saying, over our course of our careers. Having Nick sitting beside me and Pat, and then Princely on the other side of Pat, just whatever questions they need, whatever guidance they need, whatever help they need on the field and off the field, we're able to help those guys. They do a good job of asking questions, a lot of questions. So just having those guys beside us, man, is good and makes us feel good as vets, knowing that, you know what I'm saying, we've been a positive influence on the room for helping those guys out.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I feel great, you know what I'm saying, I'm ready to go. Obviously, been through some stuff over the course of the years, but I feel good, I feel strong, I feel ready.
He is anxious, dude. Look at him pacing around like a horse. I feel that energy, though, all the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I feel like his athleticism. You know, he's not the biggest guy, but, you know what I'm saying, he can bend, he can get low, he can do different things. And then what I've been proud about T.I. is his physicality. You know what I'm saying? He's calm, he's setting the edge, he's denting pullers, making plays at the same time. You know what I'm saying? He's been doing big things for us.
You also kind of got home on a bunch of blitzes today.
Yeah.
Like when you know that you have, inside linebackers who can get there, how much does that help you as a pass rusher?
It helps me because I know I can be a little bit free. You know what I'm saying? I got to play within the scheme, but I know that I can trust those guys to get home as well, and I can even play out those guys, you know what I'm saying, if I'm late. So just having them knowing that they can win rushes is big for the edge, for sure. Nah.
4 minutes.
Just his dominance, you know what I'm saying? I didn't get to play with him, but I watched a lot of film on him before. He can set the edge from the 3, from wherever he at for real. So just having him putting a dent in those runs, making the runs bounce to me, make my job a lot easier.
You said it's a new standard around here.
Yeah.
And you kind of drill down on that. What does that mean from a detail oriented standpoint?
Basically, it's just a winning mentality, a winning standard. You know what I'm saying? We're not setting low standards around here. Everything is championship level, from the physicality to the effort on practice to how you live off the field. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different level. You know what I'm saying? We accept greatness, we accept excellence, we accept you know what I'm saying, just guys wanting to come to work and be ready to go to work every day. So it's
There you go. There you go. There you go. Championship mentality. Championship mentality. This is what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been waiting for, y'all. For a long, long time. We haven't had that type of energy since Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis were in the building. You know what I'm saying? Full pads and uniform. It's been a minute, y'all.
just a new standard. We're not setting for nothing less. So we're just ready to work every day.
How do you kind of balance your role as both trying to be a starter and a player and mentoring those guys? I mean, how do you kind of go through that in your own mind?
Just my experience, you know what I'm saying? I didn't been in those guys' shoes before. I've been fighting for a starting spot, you know what I'm saying? And I've also started and have guys behind me, you know what I'm saying, fight for my spot. So, I mean, I've been in these situations, so I know kind of how to address them. Just come to work and do what I do every day.
What do you remember about when you were in their shoes?
One more time?
What do you remember about when you were in their shoes?
Really just not knowing what's next, especially as rookies. You don't really know, you don't really know nothing for real. So just, you know what I'm saying, being able to come in with a clear mind, ready to go, asking questions, a lot of questions to the older guys, and I don't know, just ready to work.
Where has your familiarity with Pat benefited you guys or benefited the line?
Yeah, so Minnesota, you know what I'm saying, we hung out a lot on the field and off the field. We talk football literally all the time. Every time we're together, we talk football. So just him, because he plays inside as well, just him telling me or kind of knowing hand gestures, different signals that he might give me, like, oh yeah, I'm going high, I'm going to wrap under you, or just, I don't know, just being around each other, you know what I'm saying. We kind of know, I kind of know just off his body language and how he's looking, what he's going to do.
Another relevant question. Impressive. Joe, you're having a good day today as a reporter. I'm impressed. 5 for 5 so far.
AJ, what would it mean to you to play all 17 regular season games this season?
Man, it's going to mean a lot to me. Obviously, I haven't done that in a minute. So just the little thing is taking care of my body each and every day off the field, and doing the little things is rehab, doing stuff at home, icing, all different type of things is going to help me do that. And
Is that fair to say that's a really main focus this offseason?
yeah, 100%, staying healthy, being ready to go. Just kind of getting my body acclimated to playing a football game, being able to actually tackle and go to the ground and, I don't know, do whatever it takes to play live football, pretty much.
You get a little bit of that tomorrow night too.
Oh yeah. Oh, we live tomorrow?
Looking forward to that.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's do it. I ain't know we was live tomorrow. Yeah, let's go. I'm excited.
Might be Thud.
Thud, nah. I'm about to say, don't tell me that.
You was excited.
As far as you know now, with that spot.
Browns next week. Though.
Yeah.
What's that going?
Allow us to hit somebody else other than ourselves. Kind of get a feel of what a different team doing. Actually allow us to see where we at as a team, as a defense, as an offense, going up against somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to come and take our head off. So it just gives us a good sense of the things that we're gonna do. Ready to play football. Whoever back there is back there. I'm sure the guys feel the same way. Whoever's back there at the quarterback, we're gonna go get them. Y'all good?
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. We got one more. Let's find out who this gentleman is. Last presser before fan day. You guys ready?
Pads on. How are you feeling?
Man, I'm blessed. I woke up this morning, was able to play the game that I love and go out there and compete. I feel good.
Good.
That's great energy, man. That's I love that answer. I love that. This man says he is blessed to be able to wake up and play this game and do what he loves. I feel that. I feel that, bro. I feel that. Let's go, man. When you got the energy, man, you wake up with that type of mentality, that kind of energy, dog. That's going to start your day off right. That's what I'm talking about right there, man. Yo. Man. Everybody could learn something from that right there. That's a life lesson right there. Wake up with that same energy. Wake up with that same thankful energy. And just go out there and do whatever you do. Whatever it may be.
The level of physicality, is it what you expected as far as transitioning from college to NFL?
No, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different of play style from college to the league, and the refs let the players play at the end of the day. So, I got to earn my stripes to get some calls around here, and that's only gonna make me better and being able to play through the contact.
How do you best overcome that part of the game that you're adjusting to? What's the best thing you can do to control that?
Honestly, just to stay confident. Just be confident in my abilities, and also listen to the coaching as well, whether it's from the other receivers or Coach Moore or Coach Canales or anybody that has any tips for me. I'm all ears. I'm ready to be the best version of myself I could be.
Be the best version of himself that he can be. Players don't talk like that anymore. Oh man. I love that. I love that. Can we clone him and make like 53 of these guys? At each position? God, I love this dude's energy right now. And this dude's mentality. Just right out of the gate, I love this. This is my first real introduction to this dude. An idea of who he is. I already like you. I already like this dude. Come
you
on.
heard anything about yourself during this whole training camp process?
So you talking about something that I don't already know?
Yeah, like, has anything changed?
No, I wouldn't say so. Nah, try to be as authentic as possible. Be myself at all times.
Good question.
Is that a new hobby or something that you've been doing for the last couple of years?
I've been doing that since I was a little kid. My pops was a boxer himself, so he used to train me and my siblings growing up, and I always used to be the one getting whooped. But
oh, he's a boxer. Oof. He got trained how to be a boxer. Okay. I see he's got that resiliency in him. All right.
Nah, not anymore. I'm the fourth now of 6.
That bounce back mentality.
I would say the cardio, just being able to breathe, and as well as just the reactive, playing with my hands, just reacting to what the DB gives me, and being able to translate those two things is helpful for me.
Interesting. Huh. No one's ever focused on the breathing aspect, and you hear hands all the time, but you don't hear the breathing aspect. Huh. That's new. Whatever works for you, bro.
Oh man, I don't know. Sometimes the ball finds you, sometimes the ball doesn't. But that day just happened to be a good day for me, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'll be the first to tell you. The first couple of days I struggled a little bit, and that's hats off to the DB core. Just making me better every single day, and it was just one of those days where I was just on point that day, and hopefully we can continue stacking those days.
Dave talked about your resilience, speaking to your point about how Wednesday was such a event today for you in many ways, does that come natural to you, or is that something you've had to work on? What is that?
Shoot, I think it's a confidence at the end of the day. You know, sometimes even the best get got. You know, sometimes you get exposed, but just being able to be confident in your preparation, being able to be confident in your abilities. You know, the confidence is going to take you as far as you want it to take you. So I feel like that's.
Ooh. The confidence is going to take you as far as you want it to. You want it to take you. That's deep. Think about that for a second, y'all. Your confidence in life will only take you as far as your confidence. You want that confidence to take you. If you say, I don't feel confident enough, you know, and I don't really care about life, your confidence is not going to take you there where you want to go. But if you say, I'm confident in myself, and I feel confident in what I'm doing, in my craft, it's going to take me there. Dang, that's deep. That's deep, bro. Ooh. That's deep.
Where, you know, my resilience comes from, for sure.
Wow.
Man, I mean, outside of, you know, him being, you know, he's one of those authentic guys. You know, it's good to have people like that in your room where, you know, he's always the same person. You can count on him to be the same dude every single day. But on top of that, you know, we all make each other better. You know, he's a good receiver, and we all feed off each other's energy. And whenever each other makes plays, we're all happy. You know, if one person wins, we all win. And, you know, I'm just happy to be a part of this receiver room.
Ooh. He said if one person wins, we all win. Wow. Wow.
Man, he needs to be stopped, bro. I can't, like, he can't be serious, but he was serious though. It's all good.
Making each other better. It seems like every day out here, they're throwing a lot of press coverage on you and challenging you. Dave just talked about you responding to that. Where have you seen yourself already in a week and a half get better in that regard?
Shoot, I would just say.
Another very good question by Joe. Well done, sir. This dude is on point today with these questions. I like these questions. And this is a very relevant one again. You know, it's how do you handle the media? You know, every player's got their training, you know, to handle the media. You know, and it's something that you got to learn, you know, as rookies. So,
being able to be more physical. Obviously, I'm a big body receiver, but I would say I'm pretty smooth just for being a big body receiver. But you know, it's a different play style, and like I said earlier, the refs, you know, you got to earn your stripes to get some calls, and so you know, I got to fight pressure with pressure, just be more physical, and you know, I've been doing that.
T-Mac, the one-handed catches, I mean, they're flashy and fans love those, but we see you working on them. I mean, how much is that something that you think can actually help separate you at this level?
You know, at the end of the day, my job is to catch the ball. So if it touches my hands, it's my obligation to catch it and come down with it. So, you know, y'all might not believe me, but I only catch one hand if I need to. You know what I mean? So, but you know, that's only going to expand the horizon, give the quarterback an easier target to throw to. Just having a bigger catch radius, you know, just being quarterback friendly.
But don't you also have a pre-game routine where you do a one-handed catch or like a 360 catch or something?
No, I don't do that no more.
Oh, okay.
I don't do that.
Bryce said he hadn't practiced that with you. Is there a point where you want to like step off to the side and practice with him on that?
No, man. Hey, like I said, I only do it if I need to.
But it's in your bag.
Oh, it has to be. I tell everybody it's my job, and it's like you said earlier. It's any way I can find to separate myself as a receiver. I'm gonna do that.
Well, that became a routine in college for you guys, right? With your games and then warming up and stuff. So it obviously was a thing, I guess. So you want it to be a thing again? Or?
Nah, we was just doing it for fun.
This was the first year that training camp has been held without fans. So really having that opportunity to practice in front of the fans tomorrow, what do you think of it?
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's exciting for me. You know, obviously just being my first time to pretty much make a first impression to the fans over here, and being able to showcase my talents in front of everybody. And
You have certainly made a great first impression with me, sir. I'm impressed. I like you. I like your personality. I like your energy. I like your attitude. I like your commitment to what you do. That's the type of people I rock with right there. I rock with this dude, man. Let's go.
you know, at the end of the day, you know, they paid me to make plays, so I'm gonna try to make plays as much as I possibly can.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Man, just trying to become a pro. You know, I've been in the facility early, trying to get some treatment, trying to eat healthy, changing my diet, stuff like that. Just doing little things to, you know, I want to play this game as long as I possibly can, and why not start now? So, you know, I'm gonna find those.
Why not start now? There you go. There you go, y'all. Why not start now? It's never too early, man. It's never too early.
Things to just keep on trying to make me the best version of myself I can be, and we'll see how far we can take it.
You know, what?
The best version of himself he can be. God, that's a beautiful mentality. That's a beautiful mentality, brother. Keep that going as long as you can.
Your rookie goals.
Man, I just want to win. You know, it's all about the team right now, and anything that I need to do to help the team win, I'm gonna do it. So I'm looking forward to the season, man. And
he's a team man. I like this. He's a team player. He ain't focused on himself. Excellent. Excellent.
Keep pounding.
And keep pounding to finish the presser. Oh man, that's awesome. What a great presser right there. Man. Yo, man. That's what I came here for. That's what I came here for, man. What an awesome presser, dude. I like this dude, man. For real, I like him. I rock with that right there, man. That type of energy and that mentality. That's my type of player right there. Man, Tetarola, I mess with you, dude. I mess with you for real. Yeah. He's one of those guys I would not mind doing a Q&A with, man. I would have fun with it. Because he just seems so relaxed and just enjoying that Q&A right there. He's a little nervous because he's a rookie, you know, because he's not really used to having this type of coverage from like NFL news reporters and stuff like that. You know, it's a different level of pressure, you know, from the media. So I get it if he's a little nervous, but you know, it's, you know, just that energy that he brings is so beautiful. You know, it's something that that really makes me happy. That's the type of energy we need in this building. Period. Point blank. You know, so y'all all could learn something from this band right here. Y'all all could learn something. Alright, so that being said, let's let's wrap up this live stream here. Unless anybody else has got anything else they want to add or talk about, you know, throw it in the chat. Let's talk about it. Let's cover it. You know, otherwise we're just gonna start prepping for Fan Day. And like I said, I will post tomorrow on the Facebook group page where I'm going to be, what section and what area to meet me at FanFest. So if you'd like to meet me and you're going to FanFest and you'll be in Boa, you know, you'll get your opportunity to do so. I'm going with one of my team members, and one of the other people that's also already been in a video prior to this. And his buddy. So we're going to get this going, man. Everybody that I meet up with or buy tickets with, you know, you're going to be in the live stream. You're going to be in the videos. So, that's just the way that works. So, I'll take pictures with people, you know, if you want. That'd be cool with me. I don't feel like I'm that much of a celebrity that I do autographs yet, but you know, if you want them, shoot, why not? But you know, just meeting me, you know, is cool enough. You know, that'd be cool. Yeah, we'll be there. We might be at the Roaring Riot event before, at the tailgate. So we're going to try to go to that. What time is that? Is that like 5 or 6? I think it's like 5. So we're going to try to go to that. And also, I'll let you guys know where I'm going to be eating at too. Well, I'm in Charlotte. So you'll get updates through the Facebook group page all day tomorrow as far as what I'm doing and where I'm at. As soon as I hit Charlotte, I'll start posting. So, and figure out where these tickets are, because Ticketmaster's being a pain in my rear end right now, but you know, it is what it is. But thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. All the love and support, all the new followers, all the new subs, all the people that are just joining the Panthers Keep Pounding family. Much love to you. Welcome to the family. Shout out Making True Money. Shout out David Screws, who's been in my chat for several months. You know, much love to you. Probably a couple of years now. Shout out Roy Blake on AG. Appreciate you for coming in here and hanging out with us. And any new fans that are joining us as part of this live stream. Welcome. The water is just fine. If you're feeling good and you want to check out more of our content, you know, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell. A lot more training camp content coming. make sure that bell is in select all so you don't miss my live streams. There's going to be more. So, I can't promise what time I'll be streaming, but I will be here. It's whenever I'm available, based on the content out there. So, make sure you're hitting the bell so you're aware. And there's VODs in case you missed the stream or parts of the stream. Be sure to go check those out. I do often repeat stuff, for people that are watching lives, in the live chats. But, for the people that see it in the VODs, you can skip through all that. If you've heard those answers and comments before, just skip through it. But to your leisure, do what you want to. Do what you want to. But yeah. Great first 2 weeks of training camp so far. Very, very excited for what's coming. Very excited for what we've seen so far. Yeah. This is going to be a good team this year. Very excited for that. All right. There are your jersey colors. There you go. And we're going to get out of here. As always, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel. And for the Yahoo Sports app, keep pounding Fantasy Ball League, which we will be getting into next week. As soon as I get back from Charlotte, I'm going to get started on getting people in for that. And then we're going to open it up to everybody else. People are comparing Ted McMillan to Mike Evans. I could see that. Shout out David Scrooge for that comment. But yeah, we're gonna get the fantasy football stuff going next week. So be looking out for that alert on Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps. I have a posted pin post about that, so if you're interested in joining up for that, make sure you comment in that pin post on Facebook so that I know to try to include you when we do open it up to the public. The people that have commented on that pin post will get first dibs, then everybody else after that point, once I've gotten all my people in. So yeah, we'll start doing that this next week here, depending on what's going on, when I'm not streaming. So I'll try to get to it, but I shouldn't have any problem this time around, this week coming up. Things should be calmed down a little bit more. We'll see, though. We'll see. I've been kind of playing it by ear and just doing whatever I can do. So if you see me skip a day, know that I will catch up on it. With a combined day. And you've seen that happen this past week, so rest assured, we will be covering everything. Training camp related. You won't miss anything. So, unless you're not subscribed, you need to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm just saying, it's free. Everything we do here is free. And we welcome all 32 teams fans in here. It's a big party in here. It's all inclusive, and we just have fun, man. We have fun. It's healthy debates. It's just a lot of fun here. So if you're new, welcome. We welcome you with open arms. And if I could, I'd reach through the screen and hug you all. For real. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And be like Ted McMillan, man. Or whatever he wants to be called. You know? Throw us a nickname, Ted. Let us know what you want to be called, bro. So that we know what to call you. But be like him. Bring that positive energy. Bring that positive energy. That positive attitude. And just go at life. With that type of energy. And I'll tell you, you'll see a difference in your life. Stay happy, healthy, and well, guys. And if you want to get your hands on an intro, like the ones you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram, using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, .Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A, if you're a content creator. And we love all the content creators here. Go give them some subs. Blitzball Champ, Bleeding Carolina Blue Podcast, C3, Shellytron, Unk 2020, all these great PNP, all these great guys, man. Go give them a sub, man. You know, go help them out. You know, tell them we sent you. You know, you can sub to both. You don't just have to sub to one. And especially my man Blitzball Champ, because we've done a lot of work together, man. The dude's a great guy. And thank you, David Screws, for bringing us together, man. Shout out on stream for that right there. That's humongous props to this man right here for putting us together. Thank you. Thank you. Best thing you've ever done for this channel, bro. For real. Because I love working with this gentleman. I love working with all of you. It's a pleasure and a joy and a privilege. So, that being said, yeah, Lindara Ty on Instagram, awesome person to work with, fair pricing, and just awesome in general. I don't even have to promote her anymore. She's just awesome. And I love doing it. But yeah, up your game. Tell her we sent you. She'll hook you up. As content creators. Alrighty. And as always, you already know what we do around here. We keep pounding. I'll see you guys in Charlotte tomorrow. Peace.
You know, times change.